Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on? Good afternoon. Greetings. Salutations. What's good? My name is Alan Cox. Thanks very much for being here. Say hi to Rob Anthony. He's right here, too.
What's up, man?
If you want to join us, please resist the urge not to. 216-578-1007. 800-348-1007. Send me a text if you want. 35192. AlanCoxShow.com. All kinds of stuff there. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, on our proprietary digital application, you can do quick talkback button messages with us. And if you want to watch the show, certainly do that too on our YouTube channel. I was finishing a call in one of our front conference rooms here at iHeart Cleveland, and the whole periphery there is windows right there on the sidewalk, and there was a group of people. There's people walking by all day long, but there were a group of people, and I saw them, as I was looking out the window, I saw them walking east there down Euclid. It looked like maybe a mom and dad and some kids, and they were having some conversation. They were all laughing, and the closer they got, the oldest woman in the group, I don't know if she was recreating something that was funny or whatever, but she's tapping on the glass of our conference room there, not knowing that I'm in there. She hadn't seen me yet. And so she's tapping along the glass as they're walking along, and when she finally gets to me in the window, she screams. And, of course, I make a face and laugh, and everyone with her laughs because she was so surprised. But I have to imagine other people on Euclid Avenue there who weren't aware what was going on and just heard a woman scream. And listen, you'll see and hear a lot of things right out here on Euclid. Individual screaming, I don't know that I've heard much of that. And so in some small way, Rob, I was accidentally part of that interaction, and I feel good about that. I've contributed to the ecosystem down here in more ways than one.
Well done.
This woman screaming. Again, I don't know her. She didn't know me. Maybe she was screaming because she was like, oh, my God. That's Alan Cox.
But
I don't think it was that. No, judging from the looks of them, they had never heard of me before in their lives. And frankly, that's the way I prefer it. So, yeah, she screamed, and I wrapped up what I had to do. And that was that. We were talking about, and I showed you if you watched the live stream yesterday, those two food influencers who were eating at a restaurant in Houston when a car came through the window right at their table and smashed the glass. The video that I showed you was the one that they posted to their YouTube channel, which slowed it way down, obviously, to make it much more dramatic. Last night I saw the original video that they had shot that was in, actual real time, and it's much less dramatic. I mean, when it slowed down, as with anything in slow motion, it looked like that car was plowing through the restaurant, right? Knocked them to the ground. They were seen by EMTs. In real time, it was just a car that was, the bumper of which had gone through the restaurant. Still a scary situation, to be sure. But I got a letter from a guy named Jake. And I forwarded this to you, but I don't know if you got the video attachment to it.
I didn't.
Okay, I'm going to forward it to you right now because I think I might have forwarded you my reply, but you should watch this video. He asked that I not show it on YouTube, just for if there's potential legal whatever.
Sure.
This is Jake out in Menor, and he leaves us messages with some frequency on the app. A lot of times he'll tag them with, take it easy, guys. That guy goes, take it easy, guys. That's how he ends. Okay. He sends me a video. He goes, so here's what I did. And he sends me video that their Ring camera captured the entire thing. And he's like, it was basically just a brain fart. And they have a driveway that's at an incline. And he had gone to get out of his car, not thinking. Again, brain fart. We've all done it to varying degrees in a car. And the car was in reverse. And so he jumps in quickly to hit the brakes. He hits the gas. Oh. And the car, so the door is like Tommy Boy style, completely flipped to the front, the driver's side door by a tree, right? He gets knocked into the ditch, but his arm's on the driveway, so the car rolled onto his arm, and he shattered his elbow, and then, oh, God. And the car, I'm glad he described it, because in the video, and again, I'd love to show you this video, but I'm not going to, it rolls backwards into the neighbor's yard, whole thing. And it all happens very, very quickly. And he's like, I got to the age of 46 without ever breaking a bone. And I'm like, girl, same. And now he's got 3 titanium plates and a full arm cast. So,
my God.
Are you watching it?
Yeah.
Isn't it crazy?
Oh, no.
Look at that. It's just like a comedy of errors. It really is. It's like a scene in a movie where everything that could go wrong goes wrong.
When you see all those people from across the street go running over, too.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's wild.
Oh, that poor bastard.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Because like he said, brain fart, right? You're like, oh, I'm going to get out of my car. Like, I remember I was on my first car was a hand-me-down car. It was a 1979 Ford LTD. This is a boat. It was American steel. It was heavy as balls. Like, when you saw a stop sign, you had to start putting the brake down, right, to stop fully in time. And I just remember being on it, and it had the gear on the drive stem, right? It didn't have it on the, now you've got your gear shift near your center console, right?
Yeah, yours was up on the column.
It was on the column, steering column, yeah. And so I remember being on a date, and I was so unbelievably nervous because you're never going to believe this. I didn't get a lot of them. And I was on a date in high school, and we were driving, and I mistook, in my brain fog, the gear shift for the turn signal. I was going to make, I wanted to turn my turn signal on, because they were on opposite sides of the steering column. And for whatever reason, I was excited about this date. I was nervous. I put the car in reverse.
Oh.
As I'm driving. Instead of turning my blink. Oh, my God, dude. This thing, I can't believe that it didn't wreck the car right there. And then it just stopped it. And I was like, I didn't know if I dropped the transmission. I didn't know what the hell was going on, right? I'm not a car guy. I'm not now. I sure as balls wasn't when I was in high school. But I got to do what happened? Yeah. Oh, everything okay?
Stupid car.
Yeah. This is my hand-me-down car. And unbelievably, there wasn't lasting damage. I would go on to smash a car years later, and that really got my dad's hackles up, obviously. But again, I was not a great driver the first couple years of me having my license. I was nervous. I was anxious. It was making me,
Yeah, no one is.
Well, some people are. Some people are okay. Like, I don't mean like, teenage angst. I mean, nobody wanted to ride with me because they were just terrified. Now I'm an amazing driver, of course. But in the early days, it was real touch and go. But I was like, oh, what happened? And even in that split second, I didn't quite realize what happened. I was like, oh my God, I went for the gear shift instead of the turn signal.
Stupid car sucks.
Yeah, my parents gave me this.
God, because stupid thing goes into reverse on its own.
Mind you, again, I'm going to school with kids who are getting BMWs on their 16th birthday, so I got the '79 LTD, which with the bench seat,
Yeah, but you were thankful to have it, boy.
I sure was.
Right? I mean, there's some freedom.
Again,
do your own thing.
Wasn't getting a lot of dates, so it wasn't like I was. But yeah, no, I was happy to have it. take it out whenever I want. It was mostly me going to and from work, working all the time.
See, I get messed
Same
up
as
once.
it ever was.
I get messed up once in a while because I drive a manual.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if I'm driving Melissa's car or something like that, I'll sometimes forget to put it in gear because it's on the column now as well. But it's it's a flip thing.
Like a paddle.
That new Tiguan, yeah. So I'll sometimes forget to do it, and I'll just shut the car off. But thankfully, in these new cars, if you shut the car off and it's not in gear, it puts it into park.
There are a lot of fail safes on cars now.
Yeah.
They're kind of idiot proof,
right?
In many ways. I've got to take a break here. I'll have another trip to Vegas for you later in the show. That next keyword around 5:30 today to put you and a friend at our iHeartRadio Music Festival next month. We'll have more tickets for you if you want to join us on Saturday. It's almost here, the Alan Cox Show cruise, Captain Fun's Floating Fandango. You can go to WMMS.com if you want to buy your tickets. They're $20 a head just to make sure that you can join us. But today and tomorrow I'll have the last two pair for you to win, and I will tell you where we're going to be out to drop some tickets as well. 35192. You want to text me now, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our
Network iHeart. Follow Havoctown and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
Some people say our country is more divided than ever. But don't ask him. He sucks at math. Alan Cox on 100.7 WMMS.
The guys at Lamb of God announced this morning that they are playing a show at the Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium down there in Canton. They are headlining a concert for that armored MMA.
Wow.
Armored mixed martial art. We've shown clips of this before where these guys are in like suits of armor and kicking each other's ass. So they're clearly trying to make it happen. Lamb of God will be playing October the 18th down there at Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium. If you go to that Armored MMA website right now, it'll put you on a wait list for tickets. I don't think they're on sale yet, but Lamb of God just through here for Incarceration. They are also the headliners on the Headbangers boat, which goes Miami to Cozumel. It leaves on Halloween for people who want to get on one of those. Boy, these cruises with a bunch of bands have really blown up. You know, people used to laugh at these kinds of festivals, floating festivals, but now they must be some kind of moneymaker because a lot of bands do them. There's another metal cruise with a ton of bands, albeit kind of lower profile bands, but it's called 700,000 Tons of Metal, and that one goes out. But Headbangers Boat is Lamb of God and Clutch and a lot of great bands.
Well, you can see it's that generation now that's starting to come into the money, right? Like that's where like it used to be like, oh, why don't you go on this Margaritaville cruise or whatever? Like some of that still exists, but a whole different approach now with like guys like us. Like, oh yeah, that's who we're targeting.
I
Let's
see
put
what you
metal
mean. Yeah,
cruises out.
There you go. Okay, like disposable income
Right.
to that level. Yeah, understood. So Headbangers Boat is leaving if you want to go from Miami to Mexico with the Lamb of God guys, but still here, a little closer to home, they are going to be playing the AMMA Championship Fest in Canton at the Hall of Fame Stadium on October the 18th. They're calling it a full day of metal, combat, and mayhem. It is a three-legged stool, Rob. I mean, if you were to just have the metal and the combat, okay, I want to be there for the mayhem. Conversely, if you just had the mayhem and the combat, you go, where's the metal? So you got to have all three. But medieval cage fighting is going on in cities all around the country. And they're coming to Canton there, the Hall of Fame Stadium. It says, if you go to their website, it says, choose your city. They're doing it in San Antonio, suburban Chicago, North Carolina, Portland. A bunch of them in Bloomington, Illinois, which is, I believe, where Illinois State University is. And Canton, which they're listing as a festival. So maybe it's more than just a bout. Tickets go on sale. This says Thursday the 21st. But if you go to the website, if you're a Lamb of God fan, which I am, I know F all about armored mixed martial arts. But I love Lamb of God, so I'll be there. Just for that. But that's happening on October the 18th. Your Guardians lose last night to the Diamondbacks by 1 run. So in this 3-game series, each team has 1 apiece. That tiebreaker game is this afternoon out there in Phoenix. And then they will go to Arlington, Texas to play 3 against the Rangers. You know, Arlington is not a small town. You got about 500,000 people there, but it's sandwiched right in the middle of the Metroplex, in between Dallas and Fort Worth. So it kind of gets swallowed up in the shadow of those two cities. But the Guardians and the Texas Rangers will play through the weekend before the Guardians come home to host the Tampa Bay Rays. And I will have tickets for you for one of those games around 3:10 today and tomorrow. Are we going to be out tomorrow night with cruise tickets?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so Rob and I decided, hey, there's people hitting us up going, hey, I want to try to win cruise tickets. You went to the Shinedown show last night.
I did.
I have to assume that was a success.
Yeah, it was a good show.
Yeah.
They put on exactly the show you would expect. Tons of pyro. And
Yep.
It was great.
Did you see Bush?
I did.
Yeah.
So I was standing there in the hallway. Yeah, here comes the good for you. I was standing in the hallway talking to Brent, the singer of Shinedown, and Gavin Rossdale just walks right by again.
Uh-huh.
And there is just something about that dude where Brent is talking, and I'm like, I don't hear what he's saying. I'm like, look at this. I'm just watching Gavin Rossdale walk down the hallway.
It's because Gavin Rossdale is an OG rock star.
Oh
I mean, the guy's been a rock star for 40 years now.
And he
looks pretty much the same.
Exactly the same, dude.
He's in great shape. He can still get it.
Insane shape. He was all in black, and he walks by, and Brent says, "You good?" And he goes, "I'm good, man." He goes, "We're running late. We're already running late." And he looks at me, and he points, and he goes, "I know you." And I was like, no, I don't think you do. Huh? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, you played Buzzard Fest. He's like, yeah.
No, you're the coach of the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, your beard looks whiter.
Mm-hmm.
And if you lost a good amount of weight. No, it was great. And
he
then,
remembered Buzzard Fest.
He did.
Yeah,
I said,
okay.
you played Buzzard Fest for us. He goes, oh, yeah, a couple years ago. So, I mean, he was great. And then he just right to the stage.
You say, tell Alan I said hello.
I love his shirt.
He and I go way back, yeah.
Yeah, so he went out and played. They opened with Machine Head. I mean, it was everything you wanted, right?
Yeah.
And I had asked for emails earlier in the day to give out cruise tickets, so I got a whole bunch of those. So I walked around the arena and handed out cruise tickets, and a couple people caught me. One guy just yells, "Hey!" And I kind of turned around. He goes, "Yep, it's him." And so I went over, handed him the tickets, and it was just it was great. I mean, I gave away probably 20 tickets.
Okay.
And I have I think we got about the same amount left. We can hand out tomorrow if you want.
Now tell me that you gave out 20 tickets to 20 different people.
Oh, was I supposed to do that?
Yes.
Whoops.
Not pairs. You know, there's a long-standing mantra here in the radio biz: tickets come in pairs. But I just also love the notion of giving 20 tickets to 20 different people.
I just gave 20 to one person left. They said to hand these out, and I got to go home.
Let them distribute them. Yeah. I'm deputizing you to be our... well, tomorrow night we're going to go to the Parma Tavern, yeah?
Sure.
We like hanging out at the Parma Tavern, so we'll go there after the show, and we'll have some tickets. And it's very unofficial, but we figured we'd go there tomorrow night.
Yeah, we'll get off the air.
Because it's fun. Yeah, we'll get off the air. We'll head to the Parma Tavern. And so if you want to try to get some tickets tomorrow night, we'll probably get there around 7.
I would guess.
Have some pops. Give away
first
some
come,
tickets,
first served, whatever we got.
Yeah. So we might be there for 5 minutes. What do I know?
Yeah.
But I like hanging out at the Parma Tavern.
Yeah, we've done a bunch of football gigs and stuff there over the years, so it was like, well, what's a good spot that everybody can come join us? And we like that bar.
Yeah, I love that bar. On the subject of that, by the way, everybody started to hit me up about whether or not we're doing Cox Outs again, and we are. I don't know that they're going to let me keep calling it that. I have gotten away with calling it Cox Out for almost a decade, and I don't know how I got away with it for so long. But it might be called something else. I don't know what, but we will be doing them for Browns away games. So I will have that information for you very soon. With Bud Light, we're going to send somebody to Vegas again. Brown season, we do the Cox Outs. These are when if you have a good arm and you can get that football through the hole, right? It's like Papa Shop, but for footballs.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure that's what we're doing. So that grand prize is going to be a trip to Vegas, but I will have all of the specific information for you very soon. But for people who have asked me, are you doing them? My answer is yes. I've got some sperm news here, Rob, if you're ready.
Sperm news.
One of our colleagues here at iHeart Cleveland stopped me this morning and said, I usually have the show on, but sometimes I have to turn it off if the kids are in the car. And I go, that makes sense. She's got smaller kids. And she goes, a lot of times it's okay, but she goes, sometimes I have to turn it off. And she goes, we had just gotten into the car yesterday, and she goes, and I turned the radio on, and the first words out of your mouth are green dildo.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, well, listen, it's I don't know what to tell you. Thank you for your continued support of the program. There is a virgin dating show over on Hulu. Now, I always kind of take these dating shows with a grain of salt because they can throw you a premise, but they are still trying to make television. So you kind of figure that maybe part of it is true. But there is allegedly an all-virgin dating show over on Hulu. I'm not prone to watching these kinds of shows. I will watch this one. It's called Are You My First? And all of the people on there are allegedly people who have never had sex. So you know there's going to be a deep well of religious and personal trauma. That's where the fun part is going to come in. And you might remember some years ago, they had one of the guys who was the Bachelor, right? This guy, Colton Underwood, who I think had washed out from the NFL, but he had revealed on the show that he was a virgin. And then after the show, revealed that he was gay, right? Didn't he come out after The Bachelor? And so the new show over there on Hulu is called Are You My First? And all of the episodes dropped, I think, yesterday. So I got to binge these within the next week or so. And they send all these people who've never had sex to a tropical resort and thinking, I mean, what better group of people to try to lose your V card to than other people who've never had sex?
Mm-hmm.
See, I think they should do one of these shows where half of them are virgins and half of them are sex workers, right? I can't imagine anything worse than having two people having sex who've never had sex, right? I mean, you're not going to let anybody down, I guess. That's part of it. In my sexual history, I've only been the first person for two people, right? If we had both been losing our virginity at the same time, that would have been weird. I feel like that would have been weird. And so these people are all going to try to figure out. Now, I don't know what constitutes a fantasy suite. I don't know. I also can't. And the reason I say that they're probably steeped in religious trauma is because this is television. These are all still really good looking people, right? They're not going to cast uggos on a show, you know, like people where you look at them and you go, oh, well, no wonder this person's never had sex. These are all hot people who say they've never had sex. So there are going to be very interesting reasons for that. And I think a couple of the people who host are people who like came from The Bachelor or something. And again, Hulu is under the Disney umbrella, so it's probably not going to get crazy, but I can't wait to watch this show. I don't watch things like Love Island. There's shows like this that are wildly popular, right? My wife watches those shows. I don't watch those shows. They don't really interest me. This one I want to watch.
You're going to have to let me know how
it's going to be cringe-worthy.
It sounds like something I just could not deal with.
Oh, I might not be able to either, but I got to check it out.
I even tried to watch that, the one on HBO, Naked Attraction. Did you ever see that?
Mm-hmm.
It's like you see the people nude first.
It was like a Danish show or something.
British.
That they put over, and everybody here loved it.
I watched one episode, and I'm like, this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah.
All it is wieners on screen for like an hour. And I'm like, okay, well, that's great for someone that wants to stare at that for an hour. But I thought, oh, who doesn't want to see a ton of nudity? So I put it on.
Well,
one episode I made it.
I also have to assume, again, I haven't watched this, but just looking at the lineup of these people and how they're kind of pairing up, it's pretty clear that a show of virgins, they're all hetero virgins, right?
It looks that way.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're going to have any gay men or gay women or anything like that. So, and it calls into, every producer of every reality show likes to couch it in the tones of, well, it really asks the questions of our time and answers and two things can be true. But, there's also people who aren't interested in sex, right? I mean, you could make the case that virginity is a myth because there are so many different definitions of sex. Have you ever gotten a finger? Well, you might not be a virgin, right? There's all kinds of girls at BYU doing all kinds of hellacious stuff, as long as it's not P in the V, because to them, that's when you lose your V card. But I can't wait to watch this show of nothing but virgins, allegedly, on this. There's a girl on OnlyFans who says that she's a virgin and she still makes $80 million a year. Now, I call bull shrimp on that immediately, even though I think she took a screenshot of like a pay stub or something. I don't know what. But this girl named Sophie Rain, who is an OnlyFans star out of Florida, says that she's a virgin and she doesn't even do X-rated stuff on her OnlyFans. So I'm curious. Now, again, I haven't gone to her account. I guess I will. She's 20 and says that she's made $80 million. That puts her in the top 0.01 earners on the platform. I still don't know how anybody makes more than $15 on OnlyFans because there's so many people on OnlyFans. I don't know how you stand out. They all kind of look the same. They're all kind of doing. I mean, you really have to ratchet it up. If you go to somebody's OnlyFans and it says subscribe for free, right? It's going to be a lot of like pay-per-view and extra stuff.
Yeah.
If you go to a girl's OnlyFans and it says $25 for 30 days, she's doing some filthy things on there.
Really?
Yeah, because she's like, oh, well, I'm charging you this, but you're going to get this.
Okay. See, I thought even at that price you were still paying like an a la carte thing.
I think sometimes, yeah, I think the real money is made in all of the extra stuff. I don't think people, you can only make so much money on subscriptions, but
I'm not an OnlyFans guy, so I'm not familiar with how the process works, but maybe I should do some research for the show.
I'm not really either, but I'll tell you what I did do because we talked about it yesterday is what I did was subscribe and then immediately unsubscribe so I don't forget.
Right.
To the people who got hit by the car in the restaurant.
Oh, you did?
I did. And it was $25 for 30 days.
And is it everything you thought it would be?
Oh, it's the two of them getting down and dirty.
Really?
Oh, yeah. So, yeah.
Lots of...
They're eating more than salmon sliders.
Lots of his car crashing into her restaurant?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of that. Because at first I was like watching the video of them eating and then getting the car coming in. I was like, oh, maybe they're just friends. Because the articles didn't... Obviously, the article is focusing on the trauma of them being hit. It didn't really give a lot of information as to the nature of their relationship. I was like, oh, maybe they're pals. Oh, no. Well, they might be. Maybe it's an FWB situation. I don't know. The guy does go by Patrick Blackwood, so I guess that should include me in. But yeah, their OnlyFans together is pretty heavy duty. And again, I don't know how much money they make. They will probably make a lot more money. This car crashing into them is probably the best thing that's ever happened to them.
For sure.
Yeah, that video alone got 12 million views.
And if 1/10 of those people are like, oh, cool, they have an OnlyFans. 1/100th of those people.
But also, you read about these girls who are like, oh, I have a handful of people who give me a ton of money. And that's how they make, this girl who says she's a virgin. And again, that just might be her hook, right? That she's like, okay, there's probably a lot of dudes where that's their kink, so I'm going to say I'm a virgin. Who knows? Who cares? But she said that her number one fan, even though she doesn't do X-rated stuff and she says she's a virgin on OnlyFans, is one guy who has given her more. He gave her $4.7 million last year.
Jesus.
And so this is the thing, too, is that the OnlyFans and lesser-known sites like it, they really do benefit from people who forget to cancel or just keep it rolling. And, you read these stories all the time about a guy who spends six figures on OnlyFans, right? And then his wife only finds out when, like, the mortgage payment bounces or something.
Right.
Those kinds of stories.
Whoops.
Right. And so this 20-year-old girl in Florida who says that she's a virgin, a devout Christian, made a ton of money, not doing anything. It's a lot of bikini shots and things like that, right? Like just entry-level lingerie stuff. But that she makes a ton of money. I'm planning on adding more animals to my farm. I pray that's a euphemism. And spending time with my cows, she says. She has a 20-acre spread out there in Tampa. And supposedly she's, says she's saving herself for Mr. Right. You can find her on OnlyFans and see what she's doing. Or not doing, as the case may be.
Just in case Jen missed it. Green dildo.
Did she talk to you, too?
No, I just heard you say it. So.
Yeah, all right. I got to take a break here. Oh, hey, you want to go to the Cleveland Air Show? Labor Day weekend is unbelievably next weekend. This coming, of course, is cruise weekend. But next weekend, Labor Day weekend, and the Greater Cleveland National Air Show is presented by Discount Drug Mart. It's the 30th through the 1st, all Labor Day weekend long at Burke Lakefront Airport. Performances by the U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds, the FA-18 Super Hornet, the Red Bull Air Force, and Mo. You got to get all your stuff in advance, though. They're not going to sell you anything at the gate. So tickets and parking and all that, go to clevelandairshow.com for the details. And I'll get you this pair here for next weekend. Cleveland National Air Show. Good luck. Call 10. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
in the back of the Black Bayou. Way up the road from Hattie's shack lies a sleepy little Okeechobee town. Talk a swamp witch, a Hattie, lock you in when the sun go down.
Remember the song Swamp Witch? That ring any bells?
I don't think I've ever heard this.
Mid-70s, maybe? There's an actor and a singer named Jim Stafford who was doing like all those variety shows in the 70s, and you'd see him on Hee Haw, and he's still alive. But Swamp Witch was one of his big hits. And I was thinking of Swamp Witch because, I was talking yesterday, Rob, about how you can still enjoy that Perseid meteor shower. It has peaked, but when it did peak last week, the moon was much brighter. Now that the moon is waning, you got a better shot at actually seeing some of the meteors. Now, I fell asleep last night, or I was going to stay up and watch them, but maybe I'll stay up tonight and look for some of those meteors.
I forgot all about it.
But this coming weekend, we're going to be treated to a black moon, Rob. And they're not that rare, really, black moons. They happen like every 3 years, I guess. But the people who are drawn to them, the people who prepare for the weekend black moons, are the witches. And so, listen, they'll tell you, a black moon is a great time to cast a spell. You got enemies? It's time to start thinking about what you might want to do to them. And so, boy, if you think on a black moon weekend that witches are going to be sitting idly by, Rob, you are crazy. They're going to be out there planning and plotting. So I hope that you, the royal you, haven't run afoul of any witches recently. Do you know any witches? Wiccans, wizards, anything like that?
I mean, I didn't live horribly far from Salem, Massachusetts, so I saw a lot of that, but never, I don't think I know anyone personally who identifies as a witch.
No one you know who's regularly casting spells and hexes?
Not that I'm familiar with.
All right.
Possible.
Well, this is a time when they pull their tarot cards, and you might see them taking long walks through the woods this weekend, communing with nature.
Riding around on their broomsticks.
That's witchist of you, Rob.
Was that not what they do?
That's a stereotype that they're riding around on their brooms.
Every witch I've ever seen is riding around on a broomstick. They're green.
No.
Long noses.
Warts.
And
you're talking about
black
like old
fingernails.
Yeah, Broomhilda? Is that what you're thinking of?
I'll get you, my pretty.
No, I think of in modern times, they retcon all of those mythological creatures. So like vampires can walk around in the daytime and werewolves are hot, that kind of thing. So do the same thing for witches, right? There are no longer plenty of hot witches walking around. I have to assume there are hot witches. I mean, we do live in Ohio. But I have to assume that there are hot witches. And, a lot of times it's witch adjacent. Women like to play with that kind of stuff. And I know that there have been events where, a group of women will get together. My wife is kind of into that kind of stuff, where a group of women will get together and they'll stand around a fire, right? And they will, write down things that they want to expel from their lives. And then you throw those papers into the fire. And it's largely symbolic of how you kind of want to change your life. But all I'll tell you is that about a year or so ago, after my wife got together with some of her friends and did that, I assumed that it would be pretty innocuous. But the very next day, I got a giant pus wart. I don't know if the two are connected. I didn't ask what she wrote on that slip of paper. It's not really my business.
Expel from your life. Just be standing around the fire writing things like, this dump.
Yeah.
Fart.
Yeah. I mean, who couldn't stand to expel a few things from their life? Really?
The flame rises.
You throw it into the fire?
Yeah.
Hey, that's some inflammatory stuff over there. Now, of course, people who will take to posting things online about preparing in a witchy way for the black moon. They will be beset on all sides by religious nonsense, too. And so if you spend a lot of time on TikTok or Reddit or Instagram, you might be seeing a lot of people preparing for the black moon this weekend, for the energy shift, Rob.
Mm-hmm.
And what's the matter with that? Couldn't we all, you can call it whatever you want. I call it a vibe shift. But it could just as easily be an energy shift. And I don't believe in any of this stuff, but a lot of people do. And so they might be preparing accordingly. It doesn't always have to portend the end of the world. It could be, because really what you'll find in the spell casting community is rather narcissistic. It's, hey, I'm going to put this into the universe. It's never like, it's always largely something that they want for themselves. But that's okay too. You got to take care of yourself above all else, I guess. But this weekend with the black moon, again, I don't know. I don't know exactly what that means, but it's happening this weekend. And I don't even know if we'll be able to see it in Northeast Ohio.
What makes it black?
It will appear on Saturday night. My thought is, well, golly, if it's a black moon, we're probably not gonna see it.
Right.
But it will mark the end of the meteor shower. It's technically, in lunar terms, it's an extra new moon.
Oh, okay.
Which, as you might recall, a new moon is one that we largely can't see. But just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not there, right? This is the argument that a lot of people of a religious stripe will use. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not there. Except what they're talking about is all made up. And, of course, heavenly bodies are not. So the illuminated side of the new moon faces away from us. So maybe you'd be able to see a bit of an outline from it, maybe.
And I do apologize to all the hot witches. I didn't realize that I was being witchist. If you would like to school me and teach me the ways of the hot witch, please feel free. Rob at AlanCoxShow.com. Let me know what the hot witches of Northeast Ohio look like.
Hey, knowledge is power.
Yeah.
Rob just wants to learn.
That's it.
Right?
Yeah. I need to be informed.
Contrary to popular belief, we love to be proven wrong.
Yeah.
On stuff like this. Love it.
Who doesn't want to see hot witches?
Or whatever. Right? I would love to be proven wrong that ghosts are made up. I want nothing more than for all of that to be real.
It would be so cool.
If ghosts were real?
If all of that was real.
Yeah.
Aliens trying to find us and ghosts and...
Yeah.
It would be fantastic.
Trying to find us?
Yeah, man.
I mean, we're right here. We're always trying to find them, but...
Well, you know what I mean. Like, they're trying to get to us. We're trying to get to them.
Mm-hmm.
They believe we exist. We believe they exist. They think we're like these big, giant-eyed, oblong-headed creatures.
Could you imagine if ghosts were real, right? An alternate plane of existence, and they didn't believe in us?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, if you think of it in terms of how we think of it, that ghosts to us are people who have died and passed on to an alternate plane of existence, right? You don't even have to have religion in it. I mean, that's where the bulk of that belief comes from, is fear of death. But let's take that out of it. Let's say that there was an alternate, and the people who lived on the other side of it didn't believe in us.
Right.
Yeah, supposedly there's flesh and blood people walking around. I don't buy it.
You want to take a hit off of this and continue this conversation?
Yeah, why not?
You know?
So what if, bro? I'm just saying.
So what if right now this room is filled with two other dudes doing a show called The Alan Cox Show in real time, and they don't know we're here, bro?
Wait a second. But the guy at the top of the company knows those two guys are in here and wants to know if they'll work for minimum wage.
Yeah, man. And then wait. We get replaced by them. Because they're cheaper, you know? Wow, man.
Yeah.
And maybe in the other timeline, like, I'm Alan, you're Rob.
My voice would be a lot better.
You know what I mean?
If that were the case.
It's wild, man.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, what's going on? You guys are getting kind of weird, huh?
Oh, trying.
Getting?
Yeah. So, not to change the subject, but I'm going to. Just watched the movie Warriors last night for the first time in a long time. Have you ever seen that movie?
I mean, 100 years ago, yeah. The Warriors come out and play one with the gangs in New York? Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That was a pretty good movie. It's been a long time, and I just wondering if you guys had seen it.
I've never seen it.
Oh, you've never seen The Warriors?
No.
I remember one of the guys in that movie I remember is an actor named David Patrick Kelly, and I don't remember who he played in that movie, but he's been a working actor for 50 years, and he was the bad guy in this movie in the 80s called Dreamscape that scared the living piss out of me when I was like 13. It was Dennis Quaid could go into people's dreams, and this David Patrick Kelly played the bad guy in that movie. I remember him from that. I remember The Warriors, Jeff. I literally have not seen it, and I couldn't tell you how long. You know, I was like in the 5th grade when that movie was out.
Yeah, myself too. Just wondering, though. That's it.
Thank you, Jeff.
Take it easy.
Uh-huh.
That's when I was born.
There's a documentary on that film called The Warriors, The Beginning. But he randomly wanted to know if we'd ever seen that movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when I answered, he's, hey, can I talk to Alan, please? I was like, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I'm like, what do you got? I want to ask him if he's ever seen The Warriors. And I'm
Yeah.
like, I mean, I could ask him right now. You want me to just save you some time? And I put him on hold.
Hello?
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 Who's this?
It's Rob. Who's this?
Rob, you know who this is, man.
Oh, do I?
I was checking in because I heard that you don't believe I exist, man.
I didn't say I didn't believe. I said I haven't seen it, so it's hard to believe.
You ever been walking down the street and see a plastic bag blowing around in the wind?
I have.
That's me, sucker. What do you mean you don't believe I exist? Man, it sucks.
I was in a meeting yesterday and saw a bag fly by the window.
That wasn't me, dummy.
That wasn't you?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, you said if I ever saw a bag flying around, that was you. So I was simply saying I saw one.
Well, yeah, okay, but that one wasn't me, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
They're
All right.
not all me.
All right. So there's other ghost bags out there.
I don't know. I'm one of a kind, man. I'm just saying that one wasn't me.
Well, the last time we spoke, you were getting an acting gig, right? You were playing a dog's anus or a fart or something, weren't you?
I'll take your word for it. I don't remember that, but yeah, man, I got booked it. I booked the job playing a dog's anus.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
sure
right.
did. Man, my family is so proud. If I had a family, they would be so proud.
That's so great.
Yeah, that's right. So now I have that on my IMDb.
Oh, cool. So you're credited. It wasn't a.
I'm sorry, it's IMGB in my case. Yeah, it's on my acting reel now. I played a bag in 15 things, and then in one thing I played a dog's anus.
Great. And did you have any speaking lines as the dog's anus?
I sure did. My dialogue was. That was my dialogue, man. And I'll tell you what, I was off book.
Well, that's pretty
after
cool.
Like 5 minutes, yeah.
So you had one of the special dogs that make noise when they pass gas, because usually it's just that.
Oh, I don't know, man. There's a lot of dogs that are audibly farting, man. So yeah, I had to. I couldn't just do the part like. I had to be like. I had to make noise, man.
What type of dog was it that you were attached to?
Belgian Malinois, a really big dog.
Big
man.
dog.
So, yeah, giant farts.
Wow.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm glad that you brought that to my attention. Thank you for reminding me of that because I forgot that.
That was a big deal. I was very, very happy for you.
Yeah, I played a dog's anus. You know what I don't want is to get typecast, though. I'm worried about that, man. I got called to to test screen for the Marley and Me sequel. Turns out he's not dead. Spoiler. And, yeah, no, he's fine, and they need somebody to play his anus.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm still getting plenty of gigs playing bags, but it's really the dog butthole parts that are setting, really making a name for myself. Anyway, I'm late for an audition now.
All right.
So,
Let's hear those lines again.
okay, hold on. Pretty good, right, man?
It's so good to hear from you.
Well, it's good to be heard from through my natural voice and not speaking through a dog's butthole.
Well, the next time I see a floating bag, I'll try to wave and say hello.
Or a dog's anus. If you want to wave at every dog's anus you see, that might be me too, man.
All right.
I'll be in character. I'm a method actor, right? So even when I'm not on camera, I'm acting like a dog's anus.
The Daniel Day-Lewis of dog anuses.
I sure am,
yeah.
man. Thank you.
Wow.
I'll see you.
Wow.
Rob, what happened? I had to go to the bathroom.
Always miss the
come
greatest
on.
things. We heard from
Ah,
Ghostbag.
Crap, I don't know who that is, but
Oh.
wow, it sounds amazing and compelling. Okay. I've got, oh, hey, do you want to go to a Guardians game? You know, they're playing this afternoon. They lost last night, but that's no big deal. This is the tie-break game today. They're against the, who are they playing? Oh, the Diamondbacks out there in Arizona. And then they'll go to Texas. They're going to play the Rangers through the weekend. And then they will come home next week. The next homestand is against the Tampa Bay Rays. And I will get you at that last game there. I think it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So I will put you at the Wednesday afternoon game. You want to take in a Guardians game. I got 4 tickets for you, I believe. Yes, Guardians, Rays, 4 tickets for you. Next Wednesday, Progressive Field. Have that MLB Ballpark app on your phone, and that's always helpful all throughout the regular season. 4 tickets for caller number 10. Guardians Rays next Wednesday. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeart. Seems a little unfair that you can watch our live stream, but we can't see you. But we'll fix that tonight. Outside your window.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Johnny's in America, no tricks at the wheel. No one needs anyone, they don't even just pretend. Johnny's in America. I'm afraid of Americans. I'm afraid of the world.
One of the songs, one of the collaborations with David Bowie and Trent Reznor, 9 Inch Nails coming to Cleveland pretty soon, end of the month, a week from Sunday. A friend of mine at my old station in Chicago, they played there last night, and he was like in the second row and looked amazing. I haven't seen 9 Inch Nails in a minute.
You gonna go?
Absolutely going. Yeah. David Bowie, always ahead of the curve. This song, I'm Afraid of Americans, is 30 years old, and he was always...
Oof.
Just as relevant today as it was back then. This was a song that it got released a couple of years before. It kind of went unnoticed because it didn't get released until the late 90s on one of his albums, but a couple of years prior, it had been recorded, and they slapped it on the soundtrack. Remember the movie Showgirls?
Yeah.
They slapped it on the soundtrack. Yeah. But Trent Reznor remixed the song a lot, and I was thinking about David Bowie, and I was reading an article with Gary Oldman, who is on one of my favorite shows, a show over on Apple TV called Slow Horses. And it's just an old-school spy show. It's probably dad TV, but I think Gary Oldman's great. I love him and everything, and they've just been cranking out seasons of this show, Slow Horses. 4th or 5th one's getting ready to drop soon. But Gary Oldman was really tight with David Bowie, and he said it's no coincidence that the world has gone to shrimp ever since David Bowie died. So I guess we can blame David Bowie's death.
Thanks, David.
Thanks a lot,
Selfish
Dave.
Son of a bitch.
Some people who are into Bowie are really into Bowie, right? I always enjoyed him as an artist. I liked when I heard him. I never did deep dives on him. I was always appreciative of all the chances he would take. He's a really, really, just a very creative guy, obviously. That's putting it mildly. But David Bowie, who has been dead now for almost 10 years, unbelievably.
Wow.
Gary Oldman said that he referred to David Bowie as cosmic glue. He said when he was alive, everything was better. He was a funny guy. Yeah, right?
Wow.
It was also the theme song for a show called Berlin Station, another spy show. There used to be a pay TV channel called Epix. Did you watch? They had original programming. It's MGM Plus now if you pay for a lot of streaming services. But it used to be called Epix, and they had this like European spy show called Berlin Station. And this was the theme song they used for it. But Gary Oldman and David Bowie were fast friends. They had very similar backgrounds. They both grew up in South London. And, they were like, we were really, really good friends. And Gary Oldman is still, I'm sure he'd say, gutted.
He's an incredible actor.
David Bowie is gone. Who, Gary Oldman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything he's in that was not good.
Nope. He's great, and everyone thinks so. That's right. I just watched The Fifth Element again a while back, and I was like, God, he's good in this. He's great in True Romance, right?
Yep.
As the reggae dude, the white boy with the dreads, and yeah, but he's older now. Obviously, he's old man, and he's got a long gray ponytail and a paunch in this show over on Apple TV.
I'll have to check it out. What's it called again?
It's called Slow Horses. I think they're getting ready to drop the 5th season, maybe? I mean, that's another one of those shows where when the one season's airing, they're shooting the next one. So they, some of these shows, it takes them 3 years in between seasons, and then Apple really seems to be on it. So it drops end of next month.
Oh, good. I'll get caught up. I'll check it out.
Yeah,
Did you ever see the interview with him on Colbert when they put the fart sound effects into his movies?
I think I did.
Oh, it's one of the funniest clips ever because you see him actually break. And like a dude like that, you never expect to see them.
Well, because he farts a lot in Slow Horses. He's supposed to be like this old-time spy.
Oh, really?
And, that was probably the conceit of this.
Okay.
Let me see here. Hold on.
Previous characters. Any of those performances could have been improved by passing gas. Because I have here an example. We took some of our favorite performances of yours and added that undefinable Jackson Lamb quality. Here we go.
And I bid you welcome, Mr. Harcourt, to my house.
Yeah, because he's in Dracula and everything.
I want you to listen to me very carefully, Harry.
Harry Potter. Churchill.
That's brilliant. That's fantastic.
Get off my plane.
Air Force One. Yeah, so, he's
see him laughing like that is great.
So, again, I would just like to remind people when they level the charge against me that I'm unnecessarily juvenile on this show with respect to the farts, that Sir Gary Oldman thinks they're hilarious,
Clearly.
right? A guy who has been knighted by Her Majesty. No, he's great. And, of course, he was in the Christopher Nolan Batman movies.
Yep.
He's Commissioner Gordon.
Yep. No, he's great.
He was in the Everyone clip that I love so much. Is him in a movie called The Professional. Where he's like a dirty, drug-addled cop who's chasing Jean Reno's assassin. And that movie, Natalie Portman was like 12 years old in that movie. I felt very strange seeing The Professional in the theater. That movie came out in 1994, so I was 23. And Natalie Portman was probably 12.
Oh.
And I was like, boy, is she cute. And she remains cute to this day. But watching that movie, I was like, okay. And, of course, he was in the Hannibal, one of the Silence of the Lambs sequels. But Gary Oldman, really, really tight with David Bowie, and contends that it's no coincidence that the world has gone straight to hell since. And, I think about this all the time. There are so many voices that I wish were still here for, let's be real, the fall of the American empire, right? I wish Christopher Hitchens was still alive. I wish George Carlin was still alive. I wish David Bowie was still alive. All these thinkers and artists and whatever who are gone. Of course, you never know what might have happened to them either, right? If they were still alive, you kind of, they're like a fly in amber for people like that you like. You fix them to a moment in time and you kind of understand their worldview, but you don't know what they would have possibly become in 2025. Between the pandemic and Trump, a lot of people's brains melted. And so you never know what George Carlin might have become, or what I don't think Christopher Hitchens would have pivoted, but but for Gary Oldman, begins and ends with David Bowie. Somebody sent me, we've talked about our on the subject of being juvenile. We've talked about our euphemisms for masturbation, right? People were messaging me about OnlyFans before.
Hey, with that OnlyFans, is that just like pictures, or is there like videos of how they tell you how to bop your schlong? What's that called?
What's that called? I like how he pretends he doesn't know.
Bop your schlong.
Well, they're called JOI videos. That is a sub-genre of porn. You go to a porn site, JOI videos. Jerk-off instructions, I believe is right.
Yep.
I don't understand that. I mean, I haven't needed information on that since I was 11.
Right.
But everybody's got their kink, and that's fine. But that guy pretends like he doesn't know what that's called.
Yeah.
But we've used field dressing a groundhog.
So good.
My giant schnauzer is best in show. Warming the chicken. Hand mashing my avocado. Lifted that from Chipotle. Burping a turkey. We showed you a video a couple of weeks ago of a farmer who said that you need to burp a turkey because they get some gastrointestinal situation. Stretching the cable, feeding the pigeons. That's old school. And somebody sent me an article of people talking about phrases for having sex. And I always look at these in terms of maybe it's something that our audience can work into their vocabulary, and then it'll come back full circle to us. When my friends' parents used to lock their door, they would blast Eagles records to drown out the noise.
Ugh.
And so our euphemism became listening to the Eagles.
Oh.
How about that?
You'd never want to hear the Eagles ever again. Every time you hear it, you just think of mom and dad just railing out.
See, my parents didn't blast music when they were in there. So that leads me to believe that my parents were relatively quiet because their bedroom door was closed a lot. And we knew what they were doing.
Or you just haven't unlocked that memory yet. Blocked it all out.
Oof. Boy, I got to talk to my shrink about that now. Thanks a lot, Rob. All right, let me, out of all the other things that I'm going to write this down here. Hold on. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing technical difficulties.
Why so quiet? Mom and dad banging. Blocked it out. ... Because my room was right next to theirs.
Return to our
Just
regularly
blocked.
scheduled program momentarily. Please stay tuned.
I got so many unblocked things I got to work through. I can't contend with something that's potentially blocked.
We expect to resume.
Somebody else said, I'm a grown woman, but I just like saying doing it. Want to do it? How about that? Hey, you want to do it?
Right to the point.
You want to get it in? Deploying to production. How about that? You want to merge branches. That's kind of silly. Early on in dating someone, I cooked her a steak dinner. I went all out on all of it. She ate about half of it and pushed her plate away, and I asked if it was okay. And she said it was great, but she didn't want to be too full. And he said, I took her meaning right away and decided that I, too, had had enough to eat. We've been married for 30 years, and I will still sometimes look at her and go, hey, you're not too full, are you? That's cute. Somebody else said, I just say, hey, do you want to be disappointed for a few minutes?
Uh-huh. That's,
I don't know.
Must get it right in the mood.
Yeah. My husband and I work from home most of the time. I just mentioned feeding the cat. We don't have a cat.
Uh-huh.
Gland to gland combat.
Aw, well done.
Congratulations. Somebody else says, my girlfriend just says, want to play? Like in that old Jigsaw voice, maybe. She puts her voice through a thing. Hey, you want to play? You want to do something? Mom and dad are going to go take a nap. Yeah. Okay, so I guess next appointment with my shrink now, I got to ask her why there was no music. It's the old Bob Schimmel joke, right? I thought my parents were making margaritas in there. I didn't know they were. What? When the door was shut, I didn't know what they were doing in there. I never saw them drinking anything. I got some kids' corner.
It ain't easy being a kid. Now look at what you gone done did. Whoa, it's time for Kids Corner. Kids Corner.
I get submissions from all across these United States from people who listen to us on the iHeartRadio app. If you listen from out of state, tell me where you do that. James is in Tampa. Evan is in Minneapolis. Mackenzie listens to us in Medford, Oregon. Adam is a bureau chief in Michigan City, Indiana, if you know where that is. And one of the school districts there in Michigan City, on their 5th day of school, you know, summer is, for all intents and purposes, over. My daughter starts the 4th grade tomorrow. A lot of kids in Northeast Ohio started last week. My older daughter will start her senior year at Michigan State this coming Monday. This particular school district there in Michigan City, Indiana, was only 5 days into the school year, and they had to cancel their classes because someone had stolen the catalytic converters off of all of their school buses.
Wow.
The Michigan City area schools posted on their Facebook that the bus, and I don't know that there's any way short of posting a guard, and ain't nobody going to do that. Nobody's going to pay for a guy in Michigan City to guard the school buses. So they put out a Facebook notice to the parents of students in this school district that all their school buses had been vandalized. And the district said that they had to switch to online learning. About 20 school buses were vandalized. Now, fortunately, I guess if you're looking at it glass half full, everybody knows how to do that now because of the pandemic. Everybody knows what pivoting to online learning means. They're working with the Michigan City Police Department to try to figure out who did it. Somebody sent me video of a guy. We were talking about the gathering of the Juggalos a few days ago. That was this past weekend. The 25th annual gathering was out there at Legend Valley, and there was a guy who had, somebody sent me a video or a picture of a guy who allegedly had gone out there with his girlfriend, and then she broke up with him, or they got into some kind of scrum, and he had no money to get back. So he's walking around with a catalytic converter. He took somebody's car so he could sell it and get home. I don't know if that's true or not. But if you're doing that at the gathering of the Juggalos, you're looking for an ass kicking doing that.
Juggalos be tripping, yo.
So 5 days into school there in Michigan City, Indiana, school started on August the 13th. Someone stole the catalytic converters from all of the school buses. That's big business ripping those off, right?
Oh, yeah.
Another teacher has been popped for having sex with a student at a Christian school in Virginia. Let me just check my notes. Nope, still not a drag queen. A school teacher at a Christian school in Virginia, Halifax County, was fired immediately as soon as the school found out. A 34-year-old Caitlin Campbell. I'll show you her mugshot. There she is, looking appropriately penitent, I guess. Looks like she's in a, I'm sure that maybe just DOC garb or something, but looks like she's wearing the bib that they put on you when you're getting a haircut. Maybe they're going to shave her head. I don't know. She was banging one of the 15-year-old students at this school. At a school appropriately named Friend School. How about that? She was just trying to live up to the school's standards. She was an English teacher at the Christian school. She taught 7th through 12th grade. And they said that the school immediately terminated her when they found out that she had been having relations with a 15-year-old student. And so now she's going through the litigation process there. You got to wonder, because invariably, you know, a lot of times these are not single women. And you can kind of understand when these teachers are like fresh out of college, brand new teacher, they're barely into their 20s, and they're poking around with some kid who's a minor, but not that much younger than them. You know, I always assume that these are women who are like, you know, trying to relive the heyday, whatever the hell that is. When you're a 34-year-old woman and you're married, and they're like, yeah, that 15-year-old looked pretty good. I don't know. So they scooped her up. You know what they should have had is this kid should have had that new phone that blocks the nudes. There's a smartphone that they're trying to market specifically for kids that blocks nudes all the way through.
I would call that a dumb phone.
It doesn't let anything come through. It blocks any nudity on the screen. It uses some AI program. So it's like if there's any, it stops the camera. If there's any nudity, if there's any live stream, it'll block it. Any nakedness whatsoever, it will delete the files. Nothing leaves the phone. It, like location tracks 3 times a minute.
Wow.
Should have had one of these. A phone company from Finland. They're part of Nokia, and they're making this phone. Will automatically block. I think somebody said that the new iteration of the iPhone will bring up, you'll get a pop-up if there's a naked stream or photo involved as to whether or not you're consenting to it. There's some setting on a new iPhone or something. Because obviously revenge porn is something that people want to avoid. It's increasingly illegal. It's getting on the books in more and more states. But this phone that they're talking about being marketed specifically to kids uses some AI program called Harm Block. Now, you take the R out of that, and you've got Ham Block, which is what a lot of you girls are going to want if you're trying to avoid the D pics. But if this kid had had that, this woman probably would have never gotten caught. The 34-year-old Christian school teacher who was poking around with this kid. Because what always happens? The kid will be texting, she'll be texting, there'll be photos, and the parent will find the materials. And then they'll call the school. Because a 15-year-old dude is not going to be able. There's no discretion there with a 15-year-old kid. He's going to go, you're never going to believe what's happening.
Yeah.
And then the teacher gets scooped up. There's your kids'
Kids Corner!
Hey, we are going on a cruise. We're going out on the lake this Saturday afternoon. We've talked about it for quite some time, and it's finally almost here. Captain Fun's Floating Fandango, presented by Circle K, the annual Alan Cox Show cruise. We go out on the Good Time 3. And it's all presented to you by Circle K. Taint Smasher will be your entertainment. Ultra Terrestrials, the Master Blasters. And we would love to have you along. Rob and I are going to be dropping off some tickets tomorrow night after the show. We're just going to pop into the Parma Tavern in kind of an unofficial capacity. But I would recommend buying them if you want to make sure you are with us. Go to WMMS.com. It will have all of the details for you. We leave in the Good Time 3 Saturday afternoon from downtown. This pair for you, though. If you're caller 10, you'll get my second to last pair here on the program. And then we'll see you on Saturday. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show
on 100.7
WMMS.
Don't
Brian trying to play along. I got some Brian for you in a minute, by the way. You Brian haters. I don't want to go get a drink or something. Hey, the Guardians are, one apiece. They lost last night. End of the series is this afternoon against the Arizona Diamondbacks. So they remain out there in Phoenix, hoping to win this tiebreaker game. They just got underway, as a matter of fact. And then they will head to Texas to play the Rangers Friday, Saturday, Sunday, before returning home for a bit. A couple of home stands. They'll start up against the Tampa Bay Rays next week and then host the Seattle Mariners. I will have more tickets for you for the last game in that Rays series. Tomorrow, around 3:10. My apologies. I'm also hoping tomorrow... I don't know if James Austin Johnson is going to make it in here. I have him booked, but I know his shows at Hilarities are sold out. And usually when somebody doesn't have to do press, they won't, unless they're a friend of the show, right? We have a lot of people who come in who really don't need to sell tickets, but they'll come in. And Ian Bagg was here last week, and we go way back. But I've never met James Austin Johnson. He's been on Saturday Night Live now for a number of years. He's the guy that does Trump. And does a number of other people, but is a very funny dude, and he's doing the weekend at Hilarities. And I don't know if he'll be in tomorrow. It's probably 50-50, and that's perfectly all right. I don't want anyone to feel like they're wasting their time. Rob and I are going to pop into the Parma Tavern tomorrow night after the show for people who are hoping to grab some last-minute tickets. You're somebody who's so goddamn cheap, Rob, that they're like, I'm not spending $20 for that nonsense. I'll go to the Parma Tavern, spend $75 on food and drink, and hopefully walk away with some tickets. Of course, I'm being cheeky. We'd love to have you on no matter how you get those tickets. But Rob was at the Shinedown show last night at the Rocket Arena. Just walking around, passing out tickets.
Yeah, we're not going to have a ton.
No, we're not going to have a ton tomorrow night, but we're like, what's a place that we like to hang out in general? You know, when the radio station was in Independence, there was a period of time where I was practically living at the Parma Tavern. And so, we'll do appearances there occasionally. And so we were like, let's just go down there tomorrow night. So we'll pop in after the show tomorrow night and hand out some tickets. And then tomorrow afternoon, because we're out Friday, will be the very last pair that you can win. Is Dan giving those away too, or just us?
Just us.
Okay, because I know for a minute he had some too. So tomorrow afternoon will be the last pair that you can win. But if there are any remaining to buy, you'd want to go to WMMS.com. That is what I have been recommending that people do. And then we set sail on Saturday afternoon. And it goes by way too fast. And so that's why we kind of make a day of it. Post-cruise, Rob, that's when we continue getting lit up.
Oh,
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because when that cruise ends, I'm already half in the bag. Because we've been hanging out with people and having a good time and having drinks and doing shots and telling stories. And every time you open up the bathroom, you're not sure if you're going to see a couple of big white asses staring back at you in there. But that's okay, too. That's why it's called The Good Time 3. But that'll be Saturday afternoon. Yeah, that's live audio from our cruise.
Sure was.
And that is the same afternoon. Again, just logistically for your planning, it is the same afternoon as a preseason Browns game. So it's going to be pretty nuts downtown. And we set sail from that 9th Street Pier. So just give yourself plenty of time if you're going to join us for the cruise. Alan, can I bring my inflatable Barney costume on Captain Fun's Floating Fandango? Don't be that guy. Listen, can you bring it? Yes, provided you don't inflate it or wear it.
Yeah, should you bring it? No.
Want to walk around with it, deflated and under your arm? There you go. But don't be that guy. I don't know why people insist on being that guy. And it's always a guy. There's never a girl in there. Here are some competing texts for the Steely Crew mashup. Excellent mashup. Somebody else, what is this AI atrocity you're playing? No, it's just a full-on mashup. I'm a sucker for a mashup. If you're new to the program, you can find that out about me. Songs that shouldn't work, right? We played, what did I play yesterday? Led Zeppelin and War Pigs.
Yep.
There's a Instagram account that does a lot of these. Sometimes people will send them to me. But there's something called Songs That Shouldn't Work, I think is what it's called. And I'm a sucker for those. And you throw me Steely Dan and Motley Crue, and I'm all in. When you guys do giveaways, why aren't there any in your neck of the woods on the west side? Because I like to keep work and life separate. That's why. It's not by design. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, Parma Tavern feels central to me. You know what I mean? Rather than telling people on the east side, hey, come all the way out to Avon Lake to do so. There's no perfect place to go. So what we do is we downshift into, well, where do we like to go?
Yep.
Because there's no, anywhere you go, there's going to be people. We'll have the Cox Outs coming up for Browns football season. I'll have those details for you very soon, but we will be doing those. And I have said in years past, hey, we don't get to the east side very often for whatever reason. A lot of times our appearances are either kind of central or west-ish. And it's up to the sponsor. That's their call, right? I don't pick where we go. But Rob and I will be tomorrow night in an unofficial capacity just to say hi to you guys and put some tickets into your little mitts. By the way, congratulations to, who was it? Who won?
Oh, Brian. Brian from Sheffield Lake.
Brian from Sheffield Lake got that pair of tickets. Was he appropriately excited?
He sure was.
Okay, good.
He said, woohoo.
Yeah, I like that. Here's part of his call. Mm-hmm. Dave, are you excited for Captain Fun's floating fandango?
Yes, I am.
All right. Will you have stories after the cruise?
I'll tell you all about it.
Oh, good.
Thank God.
Want some Brian?
Yep.
Don't cry out loud. Just keep it inside. Learn how to hide those feelings.
You recognize that song?
I don't.
You don't?
No.
You don't remember a song called Don't Cry Out Loud by Melissa Manchester?
No.
It's a big song. It's in movies. I think the song's from the 70s, so it's maybe not as prominent as it once was. But Melissa Manchester was one of those artists in the 70s that was gonna be huge. Like Clive Davis signed her. And this woman is gonna be the biggest goddamn thing. And she had some hits. But I don't know that she rose to the level that they thought she would. But that's the kind of song that you'll hear in like a dentist's office now. Was Don't Cry Out Loud. I'm pretty sure that was probably her biggest hit.
Maybe if I hear the non-Brian version, I will...
Don't cry out loud. Just keep it inside. Learn how to hide those feelings. Fly high and ground.
Okay.
And if you should fall, remember you almost had it all.
She was going to be a big, big deal. And again, she did. She had a handful of hits, right? She befriended a young man named Barry Manilow.
It's unfamiliar.
And, of course, I think he was like Bette Midler's pianist or something. So in the 70s, all these people knew each other, right? Melissa Manchester was friends with Paul Simon. And but Don't Cry Out Loud. Brian's in his feels, I think. And so that's why, you know, a lot of times he sits very comfortably in that 70s singer-songwriter. And again, I know nothing about him. All I know from Brian is what he calls with. I don't know how old he is. Well, he did tell me, didn't he? He's a couple years younger than me.
Yeah.
So that, I guess, would be right in that wheelhouse there.
Don't cry out loud. Just keep it inside. Learn how to hide those feelings.
Mm-hmm. I like it. I think he does good work. And I think anyone who criticizes him is a charlatan. I don't know. Say what you want.
Hey, Alan. Rob. Just a couple things that came through my think meet the other day. Do you realize... Hey, Alan.
What?
Rob. Just a couple things that came through my think meet the other day. Do you realize that if my math is correct, you have actually spent more of your adult life in Cleveland than you did in Chicago? And also, you have been with the Buzzard for approximately a quarter of the station's tenure. All right, love you, bye.
What was that buzzing there? What was that? Is he
something in his car?
Is he driving an Uber? What is he doing?
It did sound like, yeah, the GPS are telling you to turn or something.
I've lived in okay, so his 2 points were I've lived in Cleveland longer as an adult than I have at home in Chicago, which is true. And I have been at WMMS for 25% of the station's history. That is a terrifying piece of information for the company that owns WMMS. I mean, we had our 50th anniversary with Ozzy in 2018. So this year would already be our 57th anniversary. Unbelievably, right? And I've been here. This Christmas will be 16 years. Even more unbelievably. You know, somebody texted me earlier and they said, your show is so ungodly boring. How are you still on the air? And I wrote them back. I said, your guess is as good as mine. I keep trying to tell them, and they keep re-signing me to new contracts. The people who text me and whine but still listen, that helps. But I don't know. So I've been here for 25%, a quarter of the time the WMMS has been on the air, Rob. What do you think about that?
Congratulations.
I've seen people come and go. I am getting to the point. Rover's been here longer than me, right? He's been here 20 plus years. Came over from another station. He's been in this market for a long time. This is the only station I've ever worked for in Cleveland, and it will be the only station I ever work for in Cleveland. They chew me up and spit me out here. I pack my crap, sell my house, and I move to another city. But that guy, he's really thinking it through. And I want to know what the beeping is.
I'm guessing the GPS. That's my...
GPS?
Yeah, like...
That's on your phone.
Yeah, well, not if it's on the... Like, if you have it going through the car. Like, I use CarPlay. You would hear it through your speakers.
Oh, you do? Oh, it makes noise?
Yeah.
Okay. Alan, will there be any hot witches on the cruise? Boy, you sure hope so. You know, with the Black Moon this weekend and the witches preparing for that, I would love for there to be some hot or otherwise. You don't have to be a hot witch.
I've still not been schooled.
I don't know that there will be witches on the cruise. What's that?
I've still not been schooled. I did not
By
get an
any hot
email
witches?
from any hot witches.
I'm
trying.
Not surprised.
Listen, I'm trying. I want to learn.
But don't they also kind of want to keep a bit of anonymity?
I don't know.
Right? If you ever meet someone, granted, you ever meet someone who's a witch, they can't wait to tell you. They cannot wait to tell you. But some of them, they want to keep it to themselves. They want to play their cards close to the vest, which is smart to do.
The hot witches.
Yeah. I think it's smart for somebody to go, yeah, you don't know what I'm all about. I could cast a spell on you, and you'd never know it. You would just wake up tomorrow, and your bee-hole would be shut. There's no amount of salve or ointment that's going to take care of that. Alan, enough of the guy singing on the phone that's beating a dead horse. First of all, you son of a bitch, sir or madam, how dare you impugn Brian's abilities in that way, to malign this young man in such a way? How dare you? You know, this guy's giving of himself.
How dare you?
I don't ask him to do it. I play you a fraction of the messages he leaves from me.
How dare you?
I don't care. I understand there are people who don't care for Brian. I understand there is a portion of this audience that has a blue hot hatred for Brian anytime but you don't know him, and I don't know him.
How dare you?
But, listen, because one of these days, guess what? We're not going to hear from him anymore, and we won't know what happened. And then you'll sit there and you go, golly, miss that guy. Don't know what you got till it's gone. Tom Kiefer said it. He was trying to tell us.
Start looking at the obituaries. Local entertainer. Brian. We'll be like, that's him.
Yeah.
Go to the wrong wake again.
Local entertainer passes away.
Yeah.
Alan, that was probably his text going off in his iPhone. Maybe. I've never heard that tone of a text going off.
I'm going to stay with mine. I think that's what that was.
I think he's either Ubering or DoorDashing or something. I think that's the thing letting you know that he's got something coming. A wish a witch would. That's a good drag name, too.
Yeah.
Listen, I didn't get any post-game on the RuPaul Drag Race thing at Playhouse Square last night. I mentioned it because, of course, the person who won Drag Race this year was from Cleveland. Anya Nerve took the big prize, and they were at the State Theater last night. Not one person in this audience felt compelled to give me a little post-game. So I chalked that up to either laziness or the fact that, much more unlikely, Rob, no one in my audience went to the RuPaul's Drag Race show. That can't possibly be true.
I'm sure
this is a
people were
very
there.
broad audience, if you'll pardon the pun. Alan, is it really okay to pound in the bathroom? Boat. Okay? I don't listen.
No.
No. I'm not.
It happened. It's not
I'm not
okay.
encouraging it. I'm not saying it should become a tradition.
Pound.
We're trying to live in a society here. We're trying to maintain, we think I want the people of the Good Time 3 going, hey, we'd love to have you guys, but your audience are a bunch of maniacs.
Yeah. All they do is have sex on the boat.
We can't have this. They're always rutting when they're out on the lake.
If you guys can't wait an hour and a half to fornicate, there's something wrong.
Listen, I don't want to wait an hour and a half to fornicate either.
Then
But guess what? We
societal
have to.
norms.
We have to. I know everybody thinks that there's no rules anymore. I mean, honestly, there never really have been. But they are self-imposed because we're trying to have fun. Anywho, I got a break. Hey, I'm going to have those Ice 9 Kills tickets for you a little bit later on. If you want to hoof it to Youngstown to see them, I'll hook you up for that hell of a summer tour. I think it's next week, as a matter of fact. And then 5:30, give me the next keyword for you to go to Vegas, giving away trips for 2 for our iHeartRadio Music Festival. You and a pal fly out, put you up, throw you $1,000. Want to text me during the break, 35192. You can watch on our YouTube channel and listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Welcome. Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is coming. WMMS.
I was tuning in the shine and the light night dial, doing anything my radio advised. With every one of those late night stations playing songs, bringing tears to my eyes. I was seriously thinking about hiding the receiver when the switch broke, 'cause it's old. They're saying things that I can hardly believe. They really think we're getting out of control. Radio is a sound salvation. Radio is cleaning us.
You don't hear people writing songs about podcasts, do you? Back in the day, there were a lot of songs about radio, right? Elvis Costello. And radio. People should be writing songs about podcasts. Podcast. Is Rat going to be an uncle? Is that what?
Yeah.
Wow. You know, he's going to be on the cruise.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
I think he got his tickets, or somebody got tickets for him, or...
You see him dancing to Taint
Yeah.
Smasher out there?
I can't wait.
Is he going to take it out?
No, he's profesh.
I know.
When he's on site, at least that's what I'm going with. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that he's going to remain on site. Thank you, Kanye. That he's going to remain professional. Did you see that today is National Radio Day, Rob?
I did.
We get these like emails, and I don't even know what that means anymore. August 20th, they celebrate National Radio Day because it was the first broadcast at the radio station that is now WWJ in Detroit. The first commercial radio broadcast was at KDKA in Pittsburgh. But August 20th, I guess, National Radio Day. I wonder if Dave iHeartMedia knows that.
I think so.
You think so?
You didn't get your bonus?
I'm sorry?
You didn't get a bonus?
What is that word you're using?
Sorry. No, I didn't either.
Well, I wouldn't expect to get one just for National Radio Day.
Well, yeah, that's what it's for. They're supposed to say thank you for all of your hard work.
Boner.
No, bonus, Grandma.
Boner.
Grandma.
Boner.
Grandma, listen. Bonus.
Boner.
But
Close enough.
the woman knew what she liked.
Boner.
Listen, my grandfather died when I was 8. And when my grandmother remarried, some years later, you know, she remarried a guy a decade younger than her. And she's like, man, I'm going to get it in now. It's going to be great. I remember my mom being all mad because I wanted my girlfriend at the time. I was a senior in high school. I wanted my girlfriend at the time in my grandma's wedding picture. Right? This is the kind of insolence that you can expect from somebody whose brain is not fully formed. That we were taking, and listen, a second marriage, you know, in your 60s, you're looking for companionship, right? When my grandmother remarried, I was a senior in high school, and my girlfriend at the time had come with me. And so we're going to take this big, you know, photo in the church. And I told my mom, I said, I want her in. She's like, no, because you're going to look at this down the road and you're going to go, what the hell is she doing in my grandmother's wedding photo? And I was like, no, I won't.
We're going to be together forever.
Well, I don't know that I had any illusions of that, but in the moment, you know, I didn't see, you know, she looked great. She was wearing a dress. Wasn't like she was, you know, wearing Jenkos and a Slipknot shirt. But mostly because Slipknot wasn't a band yet. But you take my point. And, yeah, my mom still had that photo up. And every time I'd look at it, she'd go, yup. I go, Mom, she didn't ruin the photo. It is just weird to look at now.
Just put a smiley face over it.
Let's be real. I was weird to look at then. A smiley face, yeah. Just cut out the face.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like I'm a serial killer or something. So, yeah, I got an email for today's National Radio Day, and I'm like, I genuinely don't know what that means.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're celebrating. I don't know. But again, all those like of the day are just organizations that are, you know, trying to get the word out occasionally. And, you know, our industry is no different.
It's a day for radio people to be even more obnoxious and post every single celebrity they've ever taken a photograph with in their entire life because they work in radio.
I got to tell you, though, I was that guy for a while, and I think I came out the other side, or maybe I bowed to peer pressure. I don't know. Anytime, for a while, I was the guy that I would post a photo with me and somebody who had done the show. If it was like their birthday or something, right?
Yeah.
I would post a thing, hey, happy birthday, somebody. I didn't think making it about myself. It just so happens that for instance, my friend Billy Gardell, okay? Very funny comedian, actor, he's on Mike and Molly. Today is his birthday, right? So I text him, hey man, happy birthday. Hope you're doing well. Hope to see you soon. That kind of thing. But I don't post a photo of us because I'm kind of like, why?
But if you did, that's different. You just said it.
Yeah, but
You're
I don't
a friend.
know. But I don't know. Well, I guess.
You know what I mean? Guys that you know and that you've been a part, like, have done the show a million times. You're not like some dude that was just one time you had a 30-second encounter with at a meet and greet.
Well, yeah, but even that, I guess I didn't realize how, and listen, people are going to troll every chance they get, not just me, but anybody online, right? It's an anger economy online. But I guess I didn't really realize people really take umbrage. Like when Ozzy died, okay?
Yeah.
Anybody who ever got a picture with Ozzy posted it.
Yeah.
Now, I was being cheeky. I didn't get a picture with Ozzy when he did our 50th anniversary show. So I posted a picture of me doing a stage announcement at Blossom, and I put R.I.P. Ozzy, and then parentheses, not pictured, Ozzy Osbourne. That was me trying to be funny because I didn't have a picture with Ozzy. But everybody who did, that's a little different to me because he's dead.
That annoys the piss out of me. Every time someone dies.
I know it does, and this is why I'm asking. Like, if you have a photo with someone and they pass away, is it necessarily making it about you? I mean, you've got a photo.
Absolutely.
Hey, you loved Ozzy.
Loved him.
I have to imagine you had photos with him.
I've never met him.
Okay.
Nope, never met him.
If you had, you wouldn't have posted a photo of you with him after he died.
Nope.
See, I don't see a problem with that. Like, I get what you're saying, but this is a person who was important to you, and now they're gone, and you were with him at some point.
But he was important to me. I wasn't important to him. If I'm posting a photograph of me with Ozzy Osbourne, that's me saying, look, I met Ozzy Osbourne, and he died today.
But he met a billion people.
No, I get it.
He doesn't remember who he met.
Exactly.
It's way more important to you than him.
I have exactly one photo, and yes, I'm also aware that I put a photo of me with the guys from Shinedown yesterday.
I didn't see that.
It's in my story.
Okay.
And there's a reason that I did it, obviously. And it has to do with the band, and it has to do with the label.
That's
and all
more of
that
a professional
stuff, right?
thing.
Correct.
Right, yeah.
It has nothing to do. I have one photograph that I keep on my social medias, and that's me and Robert Plant.
Mm-hmm.
And that's because it's Robert Plant. And it's there all the time. I don't change anything. It might even be my profile picture on X. But
let me ask you this. Today is Robert Plant's 77th birthday.
Yes.
Why don't you post that photo and say, happy birthday to my good friend Bobby P?
Because I am not a douchebag. Because again,
but does that make someone a douchebag? I mean, we in this business have met a lot of people.
Yeah.
And it's easy to get jaded. But for civilians walking around who are like, oh my God, I met Ozzy one time. Here's my picture with Ozzy. Or here's my picture. Because a lot of people posted those.
I've just always felt...
prominent people posted those. You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
And again, not everybody has the same take on this. But I just feel... for the majority of the people that follow us on social media, right? You have X number of followers. I feel like that's like, look what I got to do today that you didn't get to do.
Well,
and that's why I've always steered away from that.
And I understand that, but my thought is that's like being almost too humble. People know we get to do cool stuff that they don't get to do. That's why we're always trying to bring them along. Hey, go to the show with us.
Yeah.
Hey, let's meet this person together. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff. They know that we get to do things they don't get to do.
And maybe I'm just a super, I don't know, hater of myself and what my job is. I don't know. I've
that's
just
kind of
never
my
done
point.
it. Yeah.
I stopped doing it. I have a lot of pictures of me with people who have done the show. It's not like I met them on the street.
Right.
It's not like they're blurry because I stopped them. You know, they did the show. And then afterwards you'd be like, hey, let's get a picture. I don't always do that. but a lot of times I do if it's somebody that I genuinely enjoy their company or whatever. But I used to post those.
Well, you see all these radio jerk-offs. The Hulk Hogan, perfect example, dies, right? Here's a picture of me and Hulk Hogan at a meet and greet in 1994.
Right.
And they write this eulogy about how Hulk Hogan was the greatest man in the world and changed their life. And shut up. You met the guy at a meet and greet. He snapped a photograph with you. Grow up.
Yeah, but that person was really important to them.
But
I don't do that. I just at most it would be like a story. It wouldn't be a thing with a caption or a post or anything like that. I'll tell you what really stopped me was vanity on my part. Because I had photos with people going way back, and I'm like, Jesus, I look like I'm 12. I look way better than I do now. I look terrible now. I looked great then. You know what I mean? Like, if I have one picture with somebody, and I'm going to post it on their birthday, whatever, which is dumb anyway, but whatever. I think what stopped it is me going, Jesus, I look great there. And I don't look like that now.
I guess maybe I'm just a self-loathing radio person.
Oh,
I don't know.
Same. But at some point, you got to kind of just plow through and go, well, this is also like job related. But anyway, that's a perfect example that you mentioned Robert Plant because his birthday is today.
Yes, sir.
He's 77.
And I'm petrified
that he's going to die.
It keeps happening. Like we talked about that when Ozzy died, right? It's dominoes. Once one of these guys goes, man, they're all in that same age. I'm not saying Ozzy's going to make the next guy die, but I'm saying it makes you realize that they're not going to be around forever. Just start thinking about it, Plant's 77. All Paul McCartney, right? All these dudes are ready to go. And you're just like, oh, God damn it. It's going to be a rough decade, I guess.
Yeah, but Plant seems to be taking good care of himself.
Yeah, man, but you still lose the battle at the end.
No, I understand.
A decade puts him at 87.
On a long enough timeline, everyone's life expectancy goes to 0.
Right.
As they say. By the way, we were talking about the Jason Bonham Led Zeppelin experience yesterday because that's coming back to Cleveland. And you were talking about the guy he has that does the Jimmy Page stuff.
Yeah.
Mr. Jimmy. That guy's a big deal.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. People were hitting me up. They're like, oh, there's a documentary about that guy.
Yeah, dude, I swear to God, you don't realize that Jimmy Page kind of looks Asian until you see this dude and you're like, oh my God, like he looks like him, plays like him, it's incredible how good he is.
Yeah, there's a documentary about this guy. What's his name? What's his real name? Akio Sakurai said dedicated his life to learning Jimmy Page licks.
Yeah.
To every bit of fingering that he did, right? And he did this for like 30 plus years and then moved to LA as an older man to like play in Zeppelin cover bands and stuff.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. I thought he was just a guy who knew how to play Led Zeppelin.
And I think
people were emailing me the link. They're like, "Oh, you got to watch the Mr. Jimmy documentary."
I think Jimmy Page has even talked about how good he is. And like he's like sometimes I get confused watching footage. He's like, It kind of looks like me because everything he does, his movements, the way that Jimmy Page has a real way of doing things. When you see him play, the way that he stands, certain things that he does, this guy hits every single thing. You'd swear to God it was Jimmy Page.
Yeah, the documentary came out in 2019. The synopsis just says, a Japanese guitarist dedicates his life to honoring Jimmy Page, recreating vintage Zeppelin concerts note for note in small Tokyo clubs. And then he eventually moves to Los Angeles. And either before or after got the attention of Jason Bonham. But boy, imagine that. You get a guy in your band, and again, you're John Bonham's kid. Jason Bonham in his own right is, the perfect avatar for his dad creatively, right? He's a phenomenal drummer. Early on, when I played a little bit of that, 80s Jason Bonham band stuff, you're like, okay, he's still kind of like aping his dad, but he's obviously phenomenal drummer. But to get the guy who's like, oh yeah, I'll play Jimmy Page note for note, and I kind of look like him. And, it's like this guy willed this into existence.
It's kind of the only thing if I could pick one itty-bitty tiny thing that I wish Jason Bonham did differently, he plays DW drums.
Mm-hmm. Drum workshop.
Yep.
Great drums.
And I agree. but his dad was a Ludwig guy.
Yeah.
So you should see that old John Bonham kit when he does these nights. And you can't see that, right? He had that one gigantic kick drum, some toms, snare.
Yeah, but you kind of, if you're a professional drummer, you kind of play the brand that sends you drums.
Oh, for sure. I get that. But,
yeah.
But to me, it's like the one thing that's missing when you go to that show.
He should just put a giant, do what everybody else does. You put a Ludwig head on your kick drum.
Just something, just to let
or his dad's face.
That gigantic, oh, he does that, I think.
Yeah, okay.
But you want to see that gigantic kit, that old 60s style Ludwig kit, My buddy Matt has one. It's awesome.
I grew up playing Tama drums, and then I switched to Pearl drums because they just have my kit is like a maple shell Pearl drum. There's a warmer sound to them for me. But they're really good drums. But like DW drums are phenomenal drums. You can drop $8,000 on a 7-piece kit of Drum Workshop drums. But I've never seen that Jason Bonham Led Zeppelin thing, and I think I want to go to that.
It's great.
Yeah.
We should definitely grab tickets.
Tickets available for the AbGM Northfield Park show coming up very, very soon. Another thing that I think we hate is when the plane is on the tarmac and somebody starts playing music.
Oh.
This is an entire band, and it's a legit guy. Do you know who Dave Koz is?
Yeah.
Okay. Dave Koz, longtime saxophonist. He came up with guys like Sanborn, and, he's been doing it a long, long time. He came up with, like, Kenny G and those... And he was... Dave Koz does like a radio show. He's been doing it for a long time on Smooth. Is there still a smooth jazz station in Cleveland? There was for a long time. When I came here, there was a smooth jazz radio station, and that's where you'd play. Yeah, that's where you'd hear Dave Koz and Sanborn, and you'd hear Al Jarreau, and you hear Kenny G and those guys. Dave Koz and his entire band are on a plane, and it's a delay. Now, this feels obviously staged because they all have their instruments in the overhead. Passengers on a flight from St. Louis to Seattle got an unexpected pick-me-up when jazz legend Dave Koz and his bandmates held an impromptu jam session in the aisle. God. The Dave Koz and Friends Summer Horns Tour. Oh, that's the other thing. It's horn heavy. There's a guy with a tambourine, of course, but you recognize that guy because of all the thigh bruises. So Dave Koz, they had to divert to Boise, Idaho, but he wanted to entertain the crowd. Dude with a slide trombone is like trying not to hit everyone in the head, right? And still play.
Just hear me scream from the back of the plane. I'm gonna shove that trumpet up your ass!
You're like, I'm gonna murder someone.
Oh, dude, I would have lost my goddamn mind if I was on this plane.
We've seen so many pieces of video of just crazy people taking their clothes off, threatening to punch someone, everybody's perfectly behaved. Something that should legitimately, for some people, drive a drill into your brain.
You're sitting on a tarmac waiting for hours for your flight to take off. You gotta pee, you're annoyed, you just want to get to your destination, and this guy and a whole bunch of other dudes stand up and start playing a concert for you. I would have lost my shrimp. It would have been bad. Get me off the plane.
The slide trombone player has a t-shirt that says, I play heavy metal. I get it. You'd never see Kenny G doing this, boy.
And look at the guy in front of him. He's sitting there. He's got it turned around, and he's staring at the back of this guy, and they're blowing a horn into his face.
Yeah.
You know how loud that is?
Yeah.
Oh, God, I would have lost my mind.
This wasn't the first delay the band experienced. They even had to cancel 2 shows because of travel-related issues. But they were like, we just wanted to bring the energy back to the show. That's them playing, of course, a Stevie Wonder song. But Dave Kaz has been doing a radio show for a long, Kaz and Friends. Dave Kaz. It's me, and it's, I don't know, who are all the other guys? Kenny G and David Sanborn and all those guys. Ice Nine Kills. Imagine you're stuck on the tarmac and these guys start playing. You got to plug a lot in. I don't think you're going to have to worry about that. But if you dig Ice Nine Kills, you're going to have to go to Youngstown to see them. But I'll put you there. It's next week, by the way. You don't have to wait that long. They're headlining the Hell of a Summer tour with Dayseeker, Kim Dracula, and the Funeral Portrait. It is next Thursday night. You got to go to the Cavelli Center in Youngstown to see them. Ticketmaster.com is going to have whatever info that you might possibly need. But these tickets are for caller 10, so good luck. Ice Nine Kills in Y-Town next week. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox
Show. WMMS.
Buzzard Radio.
Don't rock the boat.
Don't rock the boat, baby.
Unless that boat is Captain Fun's floating fandango. Hey, it's Captain Fun. The Alan Cox Show will rock the Good Time 3 on Saturday, August 23rd. With live music and booze as we cruise Lake Erie.
We still have a few tickets to give away on the show weekday afternoons from 2 to 6, but you can buy your way on board at WMMS.com.
Don't miss the boat. Rock the boat.
Rock the boat.
Presented by Circle K and 100.7 WMMS.
Time for a new AC?
Just call sales. Just call sales.
Hey, what's up? It's Rob from Mentality. Here's the truth. Your body's been telling you something, and you've been ignoring it. With 173% boost in total T and 217% in free T, we don't just feel better. We start to become the man we used to be. We live longer. So if you've been waiting for a sign, this is it. Nothing's going to change until you do. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio and take back your fire.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With the Cedar Point MVP, our most valuable pass, you get access to every Six Flags park. That's over 40 parks for just 10 payments of $750 now through 2026. Over 40 parks. That's a lot of numbers. So here's our math department to tell you even more. Let her rip, Poindexter.
So that's 1,099 rides, 970 water slides. Wow, 130 miles of coasters.
Now that's a road trip.
282 fans.
Get the MVP of park passes on sale for limited time only at cedarpoint.com. Restrictions apply after initial payment plus taxes and fees.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Heading back to school is a good deal better at Meijer. Start off on the right foot with buy one, get one for $1 athletic or Skechers shoes for the family. Earn an A+ on lunch with hot deals on Meijer brand must-haves all season long. Meijer peanut butter, jelly, and ground top bread are just $1.39 each. Meijer meal prep containers are $5.49. And Meijer disinfecting wipes are $2.99. Enjoy the back-to-school good life at Meijer. Exclusions apply. See all deals in the Meijer app.
Kia of Streetsboro.
99 cents get you driving.
Kia of Streetsboro.
Kia of Streetsboro.com.
99 cents down and zero excuses at Kia of Streetsboro. What's that mean? Right now, drive home in a brand new Kia with only 99 cents down. That's right, less than $1. And we aren't stopping there. Get 0% interest on select new Kias. That's 0% APR, zero stress, and zero time to wait. Get a brand new Kia K5. Get zero hassles on the Kia Telluride or drive away in a fuel-efficient Kia Forte. All with low lease deals and financing as low as 0%. Put more of your money in your pocket. Got a trade-in? We'll give you up to $5,000 over Kelley Blue Book for it. Zero excuses at Kia of Streetsboro. Get to Kia of Streetsboro today right off the turnpike or seize the road at KiaofStreetsboro.com. Driven to exceed expectations.
Kia of Streetsboro.
Kia of Streetsboro.com.
See dealer for details. Expires 8/31/25.
At Mr. Hero, we're always spicing things up, but now we're saucing things up with our new sauced and tossed Hero Nuggets. Try the garlic parmesan, teriyaki, Kentucky bourbon, citrus chipotle, and barbecue.
I crave the hero.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey guys, it's Sansbury, and by the time I'm done with the show, I'm ravenous, ready to eat, and that's where GetGo Cafe and Market comes in. What I normally do is just order ahead on the GetGo app and save myself some time there. Then from there, it's all about deciding what I want, like the pimento cheese sandwiches are so good. We're talking jalapenos and warm pimento cheese, all spread on a brioche bun. Then I get to pick, whether it be pulled pork with barbecue sauce and red onions, or sometimes I like going with the crispy chicken and hot honey.
That'll make you feel smart. Download the app today. Great clips. It's going to be great.
From the Avon Lake Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Studios, we say yes.
The buzzer.
The home of the buzzer.
Buzzer. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Pay attention to notice the reverse of everything that is normal becoming abnormal.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send me a text? AlanCoxShow.com. All the other stuff. If you hit the contest page at AlanCoxShow.com, you can still buy, provided they are still there, you can buy tickets to join us on Saturday for Captain Fun's Floating Fandango. I will have another pair, very last pair, to give away to you on the air tomorrow afternoon. And then Rob and I are just going to kind of unofficially pop in at the Parma Tavern after the show tomorrow and hand out a handful of tickets there. We'll be in and out, Rob, right? A little bit of the old in and out?
Yeah.
Hello, Leslie.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm playing a little fast and loose because I only came in last segment like halfway in. I'm on my way home from work. However, Rob, baby, pal, cantankerous clit rattler, why are you on everybody's case about how they grieve people that meant something to them? And admittedly, I'm coming at this from a place of bias because my husband met Ozzy, and it was a big deal in our household the day that he died. But, like, people, they grieve in weird ways. So what do you mean they're making it all about them by posting a picture when somebody passes?
I wasn't speaking about everyone. I'm talking about people specifically in my industry that use this moment whenever anyone dies to be like, oh, I got a picture with that guy once in 87, and then post it and make it about themselves. That's what I'm talking about. I think your husband having a photo is a completely different thing than me.
Gotcha. Again, I'm playing a little fast and loose because I came in halfway through it. I'm like, I might as well go and bust the chops a little bit.
Oh, all good. Listen, I need my chops busted. In that case, I was speaking just specifically about, mostly radio people just making celebrity deaths about themselves.
Understandable. Anyway, that's all. I love you guys.
Love you. Bye. Thank you, Leslie. Any chance we get, and I'll pull back the curtain for you. It's less about that and more any chance we get to rag on our peers in the broadcasting industry, we grab it with both hands.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not like we're, somebody texted me in the break, said, Alan, I got a picture with a celebrity one time. Turns out it was Alan Cox. And I know what they're saying, right?
Yeah.
That's real. That's a big letdown. You know, you'll meet people, I've listened for a long time. I've never seen you. I'm like, you don't have the internet? Like, I am amazed at people who are like, I've never seen you before. Really? And then I go, well, this is as good as it gets. I never know how to answer that, when people say that. Oh, you look different than I thought you would. Okay. They might mean it I don't know how they mean it. I don't ask.
Yeah, and
yes, very good. Thank you.
Yep.
And everyday folks getting photos with celebrities, that's a huge deal. Post it. Have fun.
Yeah.
We do it all the time. That's why I break balls.
Yeah.
I don't take it for granted when people are like, hey, can we get a photo with you? Of course. I think it's cool.
I only have a couple of photos of people who are very hard copy. This is pre-taken pictures on your phone. I have a framed photo of me, and it's signed as well. Framed photo of me and George Carlin, because I brought him on stage in 1996 at the State Theater in Kalamazoo, Michigan, after he had been on my show that day. And me and our friend Robert Schimmel.
Love that dude.
Who has passed away many years ago, but loved him. And I think that's it. I think those are the only two hard copy photos that I have, like, framed and somewhere. The Carlin photo used to be on my desk when I had an office in Independence. It's probably down in the basement on, like, my little work area desk there.
Yeah, I have the framed CD that Robert Plant signed for me and our photo together.
Good for you.
God damn it.
Yeah, no, listen, these are important things to people.
Son of a bitch.
Mm-hmm.
He said it for me.
Ethan in Rochester. Alan, I'd rather suck a shotgun than have a bunch of nerds play jazz on a plane.
Yeah.
I mean, they are accomplished professional musicians. My issue is less the style of music and more that you are in a very confined space.
Yeah, and I didn't ask for it.
It's loud. It's now, if you're going to do a hierarchy of things that would make you, want to stick your head in the airplane toilet, I would still have Dave Koz lower than like when the flight attendant is auditioning over the loudspeaker for something. I just thought I'd sing you guys a song because we're going to be here for a minute, and the greatest love of all.
That's, yeah.
Like Sexual Chocolates is up there on the loudspeaker. Just bring me more dill pickle cashews. Bring me more cinnamon honey graham cracker snacks. That's what I had on the way out to Austin. Were these little bags of like cinnamon graham cracker. Christ, they were good.
I always get those Biscoff cookies. You know what those are?
Mm-hmm.
Those little like wafery things?
Yeah.
I love those cookies.
On the way out, it was the Grahams, and on the way back, it was like it was the same company, so clearly they're buying in bulk from this one company, but it was like the Maui onion garlic pretzel twists or something. And I didn't want to sit there with Maui onion garlic in my mouth. Why they think you want a plane full of people breathing onion garlic, I don't know. But I don't make those kinds of decisions. I assume that you follow the money. It's just much cheaper there. Ladies and gentlemen, you stuck here on the tarmac for a minute. And make sure you turn on the overhead air. A lot of people in this thing, they're going to be breathing and farting Maui onion and garlic. And I don't mind telling you, it's up here in the cockpit, even when that door is closed. You can smell it all the way back here, and I want nothing to do with it. You sit back, and we know you have a choice of airlines. Thank you very much for choosing us. In mere minutes after you're done with the garlic and onion farts, saxophonist Dave Koz going to come into the...
No, God, no!
For those of you who don't appreciate this impromptu entertainment, if you feel under your seats, just beyond the flotation device, you'll find a small firearm. Feel free to use that. This is a confined space. We have not left the ground yet. Don't worry about depressurizing the cabin. Once Dave Koz and his band, please give them a bit of your attention first, and then feel free. And scene. Rob, the guy shot himself. Oh, he shot himself. That was in 34F. Oh no. Well,
silence.
Better then than when they're up in the air. Alan, check this out. I've seen you on the internet and never listened to the show. See, that's what I like, right? The old switcheroo, Rob.
Yeah.
And people go, oh, I'm a big fan of the show. I've never seen you before. That's what I prefer, right? I didn't get on the radio thinking I'd be on camera every day, but that's fine. That ship has sailed.
Yeah.
However, I like it when people go, I've never seen you before. Beautiful. I want you to just hear what I'm saying. This person, though, they went the other way. Oh, I've seen you a million times. I've never listened to what you do for a living. Good. Appreciate that too. But there's nothing more disappointing for you, the listener, than if you, and it's happened to both of us on occasion, Rob, you got stopped at Logan Airport in Boston.
Yep.
To take a photo with a listener.
Yep.
And you're an affable chap, right? And so they either thought, well, of course, they called you by name. They didn't think you were Kevin Stefanski.
No.
Yeah.
No, not this time.
They weren't like a Patriots fan that was going to be trolling their friends with a picture of the Browns coach.
Nope.
Mm-hmm. But I don't look like anyone else, so I'm not going to be mistaken for anyone. You know, we kind of get on this every so often, but I always do like revisiting it to some degree. Conspiracy theories that you believe. Right? There are a lot of people who are kind of in the current attention economy are purporting to believe in conspiracy theories, but they don't really. I don't believe that any flat earthers really believe the earth is flat. Maybe I'm giving people too much credit. I know there's a lot of people aren't that bright, but it's really doesn't rise to the level of a controversy that the earth is not flat. But every so often somebody will pose the question, what is a conspiracy theory that you think is true? Because for me, I do have a couple things that are considered conspiracy theories. Now, the beauty of conspiracy theories is facts can't get you off the case because you can just keep throwing things at it. They don't have to be rooted in reality. It could just be something that you throw out there. And some of them, to me, I was looking over this list as people were submitting them. Some of them I don't consider like conspiracy theories. Like somebody was like, I work in IT. There's no such thing as true anonymity. These people that are worried about the government tracking you, they already do. They have been. Your ISP tracks every move you make. They'll have, that to me, that's not if you're paying attention, you know that's the case, right? You've bought things on Amazon, right? It knows what you've purchased. We've talked about it all the time. How we'll say something and then you'll get an advertisement for it because the algorithm, I'm not even talking about that stuff. One of the more current conspiracy theories is about when Luigi Mangione got scooped up at that McDonald's. Remember that?
Yep.
And they said that they were going to give that McDonald's worker some money for turning him in, but you never heard anything about the worker. I guarantee you they didn't get any money. And all you heard was like that person quit or was fired or something. So some people think that there's a conspiracy there, that Luigi Mangione just happened to be in a McDonald's, which again is not that weird. There's McDonald's every 10 feet.
So what's the conspiracy?
That there was some kind of dodgy surveillance technique that had been used, and so they were making up that a McDonald's worker was the one who identified him, when in fact it was,
Got it.
Somebody else thinks that Dubai chocolate is a psyop. You know what a psyop is? Alex Jones talks about this all the time. Psyop. It's shorthand in your tinfoil hat MAGA communities. Psychological operative or operation. We've talked about Dubai chocolate. This is a thing that's blowing up online, is this chocolate. I don't know that there's anything that crazy about it. It's like pistachio flavor or something. I don't know. Your daughter likes it or something?
I bought them one.
There you go, Dubai chocolate. Well, the conspiracy theory is, there are women who will go overseas and make a lot of money doing horrible things for very wealthy people in the Middle East, rich Arabs and oil barons and things like that, right? American girls, there's been documentaries on them and Dateline episodes, but girls who go over there voluntarily to make a ton of money, being like temporary concubines or whatever. And the conspiracy theory with Dubai chocolate is that it's to cover up the fact that when you search Dubai porta potties, you get all of those other terrible things coming up. And so Dubai. Now, again, these are all very thin, but you don't need much for people to go, think about them. They don't make women's clothes with pockets in order to sell more purses and handbags. Again, that's not a conspiracy. That's supply and demand. Right? You're not selling guys' purses and handbags. And so people are like, well, I think I'm a relatively well-adjusted person, but there are a couple of conspiracy theories that I believe. Like for me personally, I don't think Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. I know that's become shorthand for conspiracy theory too. People are like, Epstein didn't kill himself. I don't think that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. So I guess that's a conspiracy theory that I think requires a bit more investigation.
You said there were a few. What else do you?
I think if you see, now again, mine I feel are kind of like data related. People who have gone in and looked at the last election about Elon Musk manipulating voting machines in swing states, there's a lot there. Okay? If you're a guy like Elon Musk, you don't give a guy hundreds of millions of dollars and then hope he wins, right? You don't leave that up to chance. And every accusation is a confession with Trump and those people. So they were like, Joe Biden stole the election. He didn't. But there's a growing consensus that something really hinky went down at the hands of Elon Musk and coders and voting machines, specifically in swing states. That is creepy when you dig into it. So, again, I haven't gone down a real deep rabbit hole there. But that, to me, feels like something where you go, yeah, there's probably something there if they really dig into it. There's probably something there. You aren't operating at those levels. You're not hoping that the guy you like gets elected president. You're going to see to it that he gets elected president. And so to me, like a lot of these, when I was looking at people's lists, a lot of it I don't think as a conspiracy theory. They're like, the Trump administration is dismantling science and research and all that to keep people poor and unhealthy and easier to manipulate. That's almost a stated goal. That's not a conspiracy theory. Of course that's what's happening. The Trump assassination attempt was faked. That's another one that I think if you really dug into it, you'd probably find out that there's more than enough verifiable information to support that.
But what about the person that was shot in the background?
Well, I'm not saying that nobody died. I'm saying, I don't know.
Because, I mean, if it was going to be staged, I don't think you'd have someone get taken out for collateral damage to prove that
I
it was
don't
real.
put anything past anyone. You're never going to convince me that Donald Trump gives two thin, wet craps about another person. Ever, ever, ever. You're never going to convince me of that. Now, is that a long way to go? It absolutely is. You could very much make a case that that's crazy to think that. I'm just saying that knowing what you know about that guy and what people who have worked in Secret Service before have said, you'd throw that guy down so fast, you'd never let the guy get back up for a photo op or whatever, right? They had photographers in front. So the guy dying, yes, that's a very real thing. But the rest of it, very, very hinky. You know, normally they're doing deep dives into the shooters for months. And the stories on that kid went away real fast. So I don't know. That's kind of part and parcel of all these, right? You mix a couple of things that are true with a handful of things that aren't, and nobody knows what to think.
Right.
But I think we all kind of walk around thinking we're too smart to buy into anything. And who knows?
There's been a bunch of them for me over the years, too. Like, I always want to believe that the moon thing was real. I know I know.
Hey, I saw Capricorn 1 as a kid.
Listen, I just think at the time this country you were in the space race, right? You had to beat the rest of the world to the moon.
Yeah.
The only way you could have ever proven that you were there was all the video and all the things that we saw. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm just saying that I could see that being something that we would have done to keep our place in the world.
And this is kind of what I'm saying about Elon Musk and the voting machines. You don't invest that kind of money and then take your chances on the guy winning.
Yeah, if Russia got there first, or if anybody else got there first, we would be speaking a different language in people's minds. And they just think that we would not have been the superpower that we are if we had not made it there first.
Yeah, but we wouldn't be speaking a different language because we didn't get to the moon
No,
first.
I'm just saying that we wouldn't be who we are.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Right, we wouldn't be this dominant country.
Do you watch that show For All Mankind?
No.
It's an Apple show where I think the premise is Russia did get to the moon first.
Okay.
People keep telling me it's great. I can't get into it, but maybe I'll dig back in. But I think that's the premise of that show.
Those are the things that I'll always look back to. Now, again, I wholeheartedly want to believe, and most of me believes that we were there. But it's one of those things you can question. You can question the JFK assassination, right? Was it just one dude? You know, all that stuff. They made movies about it and all the things we've known about over the years. But those are the things that I think if you're going to look back and look at conspiracy theories, there's some valid stuff to the questioning of those things.
Well, yeah, there's some wild stuff on the list. The Civil War was fought because vampires are real.
Wow.
That's somebody, I think, who took Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter a little too seriously. Big Oil invented paper straws to make people resent environmentalists. You don't have to get people to resent environmentalists, all right? But again, that to me, that's a diversion from the fact that Big Oil knew for a long, long time what they were doing. So to me, like a lot of these, they're not really conspiracies because they're pretty much kind of like rooted in fact, like public information. A lot of people who think that octopuses are aliens who came here millions of years ago and then walked out of the primordial ooze, I guess. There's some people who think that Princess Diana was killed, that she didn't just die in a car crash.
That the royal family had something to do with it?
The royals! Ooh, make sure that she dies in the tunnel!
Get rid of that bitch!
Yeah. So, I don't know. It's interesting. But, yeah. I got to take a break here. I want to send me a text, 35192. If you don't want to send me a text, that number is 35192. AlanCoxShow.com. You can email there, and you can watch the show. Let's say that you've listened to the show and never watched. You can do that over on our YouTube channel.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio.
featuring old school heavy alternative from Korn, Linkin Park, Nine Inch Nails, System of a Down, and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search in U Metal Radio, and make it your next preset.
The Alan Cox Show.
Listening to the show doesn't make you a bad person. That thing in the foot locker at the end of your bed, that makes you a bad person.
MMS.
The Buzzard.
I want to get physical. Let's get into physical. Let me hear your body talk.
That's it from Brian. All right.
Love him.
I imagine he was calling us in leg warmers wearing that. Dave, you getting physical out there?
Yes, I am.
All right, good. Hey, the Guardians, are the Guardians winning, by the way? I haven't really been keeping up on the game. 2-1 Guardians right now. End of the 7th. This is a tiebreaker game since they won that first in the series against the Diamondbacks, and then Arizona took it last night 6-5. So Guardians up by 1 run now as we're in the backstretch of that game. They will head to Texas Friday, and then Saturday and Sunday play a 3-game series against the Rangers. That's Sammy Sosa. How about Texas Rangers?
No, sir.
That guy looks like a Necco wafer. Does Sammy Sosa still have like a Pepto-Bismol-ish hue to him?
I believe he does,
For
yes.
a long time, he had a very, very strange look to him. And then the Guardians will come home, the first of 2 homestands against the Tampa Bay Rays, and then they'll play the Mariners. Tomorrow, I will have another pair of tickets for you around 3:10. Want to get yourself to a Guardians game? I will have a 4-pack for the last game in that Rays series. That'll be the afternoon of next Wednesday. Also tomorrow, the last pair of tickets to win, on the show at least, to get on Captain Fun's Floating Fandango, will be out on Friday. But Saturday afternoon, we set sail in the Good Time 3. After tomorrow's show, however, Rob and I are going to pop in for a bit to the Parma Tavern. We'll have some tickets in hand there. This is an unsanctioned appearance, Rob.
I know.
We're going, as they say in the biz, off book.
We're going rogue.
Going rogue. And we'll just pop in there because we like the Parma Tavern. But we'll have some tickets. But again, if you want to make sure you are on the boat with us, I would go to WMMS.com and just buy them.
Yep.
$20 a pop. We could easily charge you, I'll say it, 5 times as much, Rob. 5 times as much.
So how much is that?
There's simply no way to know that.
It's 20.
But logistically, make sure that you keep in mind, if you're going to join us on Saturday, that there is also a Browns game that kicks off at 1 o'clock, and we depart from the 9th Avenue Pier. So when you're figuring out travel and parking and all that stuff, just keep that in mind, that will all be going on downtown.
$268.
Oh, hey, that's a lot of money.
That's what it was, right?
Yep.
5 times that 20.
So, yeah. People have to point their disposable income in very specific places. Everything is more expensive. Tickets for the Alan Cox Show cruise stay the same, Rob. Hey, boy, people blew me up about the conspiracy theories in the break. Alan, I believe that it was aliens in Roswell. It was definitely not a weather balloon. Somebody else says humans see patterns in things as a survival mechanism. The human brain does always look for patterns, right? Now that survival has become so easy, we see patterns in things that aren't there, this person says. We see patterns in all kinds of dumb crap. Our lives are also very mundane, hence conspiracy theories. Well, yeah, that is part of it, right? Conspiracy theories, they don't need to be rooted in fact, and it makes people feel good to think that they know something other people don't know. But there are so many things that we actually don't know. That's what I think is fascinating about space and science, that if people really locked into science to some degree, There's so much we don't know. You don't have to make up dumb crap. I know it's probably more fun, but there's so much of the real world we don't know, the natural world. Alan, that Dubai chocolate ain't cheap either.
No.
My wife bought a bar of it and didn't know how much it was until she looked at the receipt. Well, it must be nice. She's blindly buying chocolate over here. Alan, I 100% believe that Trump didn't give a flying F about some rando getting shot as long as he got his picture. Do you think that was the real Putin in Alaska? Somebody asked. There was a story that the guys with Vladimir Putin, that he poops in a suitcase.
I saw that.
So that nobody can, like, grab his DNA or something. That's one of those things where you go, that could be made up. That could absolutely be true.
I would believe that.
I would too. If you're that guy, you're not leaving anything to chance.
No.
Nothing.
Nope.
You got guys pushing dudes out of windows.
He's former KGB. There is no way that's a false story.
That's why I'm saying we don't need conspiracy theories, because there's so much depraved stuff going on at those levels.
Ivan, do me a favor. I just took big dump. Go in, pick it out of toilet. Get rid.
You have suitcase. You know what to do.
Get glove.
That's right.
Scoop turd.
The Cheeto Pedo has the nuclear football for the United States. You have poop football. Go in, grab it out. It will smell like borscht.
It surprised me. I did not know it was coming. I would have put down normal catch.
I forgot I had beet salad before we go to Russian tea room. The digging toilet.
Go catch.
Go find someone else poop, put in suitcase to throw off scent, if you will. Yeah. Alan, ballistics make me think that the Trump assassination attempt was real. A Navy SEAL sniper couldn't guarantee that he'd shoot Trump's ear and not his head. Strong gust of wind or even a change in humidity could send the bullet off course. Yeah, that's one that I would not... I wouldn't die on that hill.
No.
Because, again, there can be a million coincidences, and somewhere along the line, people stopped believing in coincidences. There are, people love to be like, there's no coincidences. There are a million. Life is mostly coincidences. So it, sounds cool to say that, because the reality is, as that other person said, really boring. And mundane. Most of life's really boring. So I can understand the inclination to want to create a world that is amazing and you're playing a huge part in it, because I know most people feel, inert or ineffective or what. I fully understand that. It's just the means that we now have at our disposal to disseminate this nonsense is what gets people all worked up.
Well, and I think that's the difference from what we were talking about and the things that we think could be something versus being a conspiracy theorist. I'm saying I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow someone said the moon landing was fake.
Okay, yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow said the JFK assassination was part of a bigger thing. None of that would surprise me at all.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to sit there and start digging into wormholes and writing books about it.
I'll tell you what, the biggest conspiracy theory, and this goes back to kind of the tech thing, is that, and if you watch closely, you'll know that I'm not lying here. Sometimes the iHeartRadio app doesn't work.
I've never heard that before.
Sometimes it will play back things that we've already said.
What?
Yeah.
Sometimes it'll play back things we already said, Rob.
In your voice. Already said, Rob. Hey. Alan, I really hope you don't think that Sandy Hook was a conspiracy. No way. There's a reason. And again, handgun or gun violence is the number one killer of kids, right? You don't have to be into conspiracy theories to convince people that kids are getting killed at school or anywhere else. There's a reason that, they levied $1 billion judgment against Alex Jones. And I think, by the way, that might be finally coming to a conclusion. He's been in some limbo for a while because, like, remember The Onion was going to buy InfoWars?
Yeah.
And then some judge shut that down or whatever. I think that Alex Jones has been fending people off for a minute, but I was reading a thing a couple days ago that I think some district judge finally said, you got to liquidate everything to even make a fraction of this judgment. He's like, obviously, I can't pay these families $1 billion. That judgment was largely symbolic. But they're like, but you do have a lot of assets, and you got to liquidate all of them. So somebody's going to own InfoWars and all that stuff. Why it couldn't still go to The Onion, I don't know. Brian says, as far as the moon landing goes, one of the biggest indicators that it did happen is that the Soviets never tried to say that it was faked.
Fair.
And that would be that's the rap on Trump on the whole Epstein thing. They're like, oh, if he wasn't in it, he would have begged Joe Biden to release the Epstein files. Yeah, right? You're not going to find me anywhere in there. If that were the case, they would have released it immediately. But it's like, I don't know what you're fighting, bro. There's video and photos of you hanging out with the guy. So I don't know what you're hiding or distracting from, or, He's sending the Ohio National Guard to D.C., trying to get people to not talk about Jeffrey Epstein. I don't know. Alan, here's my conspiracy theory. JFK was assassinated. Rob, what do you think about that?
I think they might be onto something.
I think, if you really think about it, you're going to find that guy is no longer alive. Wow. How about
that guy is no longer alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go in bathroom and pull out poop. Do what I ask you to do. All right.
I know you catch poop, but I lift big skid.
Big skid.
Need to clean toilet.
Hey, take wet wipe, but do not flush. Don't flush. Hey, we're gonna send you to Vegas, right? These days it might look like The Walking Dead out there. Vegas is having a tough time, but you'll still have a good time. We're going to send you out for our iHeartRadio Music Festival. This is the 19th and 20th of next month, so it's not far off. I'll put you and a pal out there, fly you out, put you up, get you a couple of tickets for the event. We'll even throw you $1,000 for the whole shebang. It's Sammy Hagar, and it's Ed Sheeran, and John Fogerty, and LL Cool J, and Tim McGraw, and The Offspring, and many, many more. There's always a couple of 11th hour announcements, too. So you'll have that coming up. And this is your shot to get that trip. So I hope you win. Good luck.
Now, your chance at $1,000 and a trip to our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Text the nationwide keyword WIN to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard message and data rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's WIN to 200-200.
Here we go.
Remember the hamster dance?
Uh-huh.
This is one of the first things I remember kind of really blowing up on the internet. I don't remember if it began as a phone ringtone or what it began as. It was just like a noise that somebody quickly put to music, and ow, it took the world by storm. Here's something, though. It doesn't fall into the category of conspiracy theory, but I really hope it is true. It sounds entirely made up. But TikTok being what it is, and people doing what they do for clicks, I really hope it's true. Because I've kind of grown tired of, like, the TikTok dance challenge and whatever. I hope that hamstering is real. This is a TikTok trend, allegedly, where people are filming. Well, I'll explain it to you. You ever seen a hamster go after, like a hamster in a cage go after the water, right? If you're watching the live stream, there's a photo of the hamster there where the water comes out of that tube like that, right? Yeah. Or a food pellet or something along those. Yeah. Yes. You'll see memes all the time of a hamster really jamming that tube in its mouth, and you know where I'm going with this. The hamstring trend over on TikTok takes a bit of maneuvering, and I like the fact that they're calling it hamstering. It's a guy lies on top of his car. Now, you'd need a moonroof and a willing partner. Guy would lie on top of the car face down and put his junk through the moonroof.
Okay.
So that his partner can get up there like a hamster on that water tube and just go to town, right? If you're on a porn site, you'll see a subgenre called a milking table. You ever seen one of the milking tables?
Yeah.
That's when a guy lies there and jams it through a hole, and then there's a young nubile thing underneath who clearly is trying to clear some blockage. And she's really going at it there, hamstering over there on TikTok. Now, again, the only reason that makes me think this is all made up is because you couldn't show that on TikTok. It would have to be largely visually redacted. And, by the way, it is August. So I don't know if you want to be lying balls down on a hot roof. But the hamstering trend, I hope that it takes off. Now, a lot of people, they do this, they kind of keep it PG. And it does require, arguably, more acrobatic skill than the average American might have. But the beauty of TikTok is, when you're on the hunt for clicks and views, never put it past people to do stuff. So maybe your car doesn't have a moonroof. What's the difference between the moonroof and the sunroof, by the way? Seriously.
You got me on that one.
Is the sunroof, like back in the day, it would just like pop up a little bit. It was more of a manual thing, but I think those are long gone. I think they're all like motorized now. Moonroof slides back into the roof of the car. I don't know what the difference is.
I don't know. Is moonroof just it opens up like halfway, or it slides that thing back?
Moves all the way. I mean, mine moves all the way open. Don't know.
I don't know.
And you don't want to be doing this if somebody kind of accidentally closes that moonroof, right? You don't want to be hanging down there. And furthermore, let's be real. There's a lot of guys who might not even clear the inside of the roof.
Yep.
So you got to be careful with that.
That's embarrassing. I mean, I heard that's embarrassing.
I was going to say, yeah.
Not me, though. I think they were trying to come up with names for it. Like, what do you want to call this? What about gerbling? Nope, that one's taken. You don't have to use that one. How about hamstering? Much better.
Mm-hmm.
Mousing, ratting.
How about hamstering? Much better. Mousing, ratting. That damn iHeartRadio app. Hey, I got to take another break here. Guardians baseball, it's still, they're playing right now. I mean, they're not playing tonight. But they will take tomorrow off. They're hoping to win this tiebreaker game here. Bottom of the 8th, it's still 2-1 Cleveland. Got a real birder out there in Phoenix. 35192. Want to send me a text and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
1-800-348-1007.
I'm being told that the moonroof is a steel roof panel that slides back. Well, people are giving me conflicting reports. Some people are saying the moonroof moves and the sunroof doesn't, and then other people are saying the other thing. So I don't know. I was so fixated on the traffic report that I couldn't hear much else. Did you hear that traffic report?
Did I ever?
Yeah. Where is that? I liked it.
Security benefits were denied. Call Elk and Elk at 1-800-ELK, Ohio. A soggy and sloppy drive. Lots of...
I mean, listen, it's the same as wet and sloppy. Soggy and sloppy drive.
Yeah.
Wet and sloppy.
I like the pause there. I can't do much with soggy and sloppy, right?
Wet and sloppy.
But sloppy comes up a lot there with Jackie in the traffic department. And it's an appropriate adjective. Sloppy. How is it out there? Sloppy.
Sloppy.
Yeah. There's days where I don't. Today I've had to crack off a whiz on more than one occasion. But there's shows where I won't leave this room. So I don't know what's going on outside. You know, I didn't realize yesterday that it was pouring rain. And then I walk out, or I, leave the parking garage, and it's obviously pouring.
I was walking over to the arena in that. It
right.
was fun.
You didn't have an umbrella.
I did not.
See? I bet you felt like a real man, though, walking in. Didn't feel effeminate.
Nope.
At all.
No, I
didn't
felt
feel
like
emasculated.
I wish I had one.
Yeah. Alan, I'm not sure if sunroof or moonroof is correct because my dad called it a bone thrower.
What?
What does that mean? Like literally like you're eating something on a bone, you whip it out the window? Well, that's what they call it too if they're hamstering. They call it a bone thrower over there too. What was the brand of salsa you were... I was talking about West Side salsa, which, by the way, I need to purchase more of because I've been drinking this stuff. They hit me up, by the way, too. They said our phones are blowing up or something like that, or our emails are blowing up after I mentioned them. And again, it was hashtag not an ad. But they really do good work. I don't know where it is sold overall. I get it at the Lake Road Market there in Rocky River on my way home sometimes. But it is just unbelievably good. And so that was just me talking about how much of it I had been eating recently. Alan, I have a crazy conspiracy theory that David Lee Roth isn't actually there. Dave, are you actually here?
Yes, I am.
All right, conspiracy theory debunked.
That's what you get.
All right. This guy's so excited.
Very.
I like how he just keeps going on and on. Yeah. Wow. But the first time you heard that first time you ever heard Running with the Devil, it blew your goddamn mind.
Oh, God, yeah.
You're like, this guy is going off. You hadn't heard anybody play guitar like that. You hadn't heard a singer go off like that. You know, you were coming out of this stuff Brian hits us up with. You were coming out of your 70s singer-songwriter period. There was still rock and roll happening, obviously. But it was so kind of the tail end of like that kind of prog rock thing. You know, there was Deep Purple and there was those kinds of bands. You hadn't heard anything like Van Halen. But David Lee Roth is very much here.
Yes, I am.
And
on retainer.
Quite frankly, how dare you?
And we just point to him whenever we need him. Hey, Dave, come on out for a minute. Where's your whistle? Thank you.
Well, we had a female listener who accused Dave of lying to her.
God damn it, baby. No, I ain't lying to you.
Yeah.
0.001
0.
Hey, speaking of cars, I'm not a huge fan of that song Before He Cheats. Girls love that Carrie Underwood song because it's an anthem devoted to property damage. Now, by and large, sure, I care about people more than I care about property. That's why I'm a progressive. Nevertheless, girls love that song. I carved my name into his leather seats. Isn't that the lyric? I took a Louisville Slugger to both headlights. She destroys his truck.
Mm-hmm.
And like, oh, maybe you should think about doing me dirty or I'm going to destroy your property. I don't understand the logic in that. He could sue you. There's no follow-up song where she faces serious legal consequences. That should have been the follow-up song. One of these corn-pone dudes should have written a song as, you know how like there's rap battles? You know, like MGK and Eminem were going back and forth? God bless MGK. You're never going to get one over on Marshall Mathers. Nevertheless, you got to try.
Of course.
There should have been some male response. Maybe there was. I'm not steeped in country music knowledge. And that song's quite old, right? Before He Cheats, that's probably a 20-year-old song from Carrie Underwood. That song came out in 2005. So it's literally a 20-year-old song. From her debut album. So out the gate, she has a monster hit coming off American Idol. Now, I don't know if there was a male response to that. It would probably be harder to do because getting back at a guy, that's called empowerment if you're a female artist.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a guy and you're writing a song about how you destroyed your girlfriend's car, that's violence, Rob. So there is a bit of a double standard there in real life and artistically. But I was reading about this woman in Kentucky, a pregnant woman, by the way, who did $12,000 in damage to her ex-boyfriend's vehicle. Now, I'm not sure if this guy is the baby daddy. This kind of anger on the part of someone, it sure sounds like he's the dad. But I don't know that I saw anything that said that he was. This girl, who's smiling, by the way, in her mugshot, and she's kind of cute, right? Tan t-shirt, got some tats, brunette, big old rack.
Mm-hmm.
But those might be pregnancy boobs. I don't know. Potato,
Still counts.
potato. Still counts. Doesn't matter once you get knocked up.
Congratulations, Stacy. Too bad you can't keep the baby and give those stretch marks up for adoption. Teenage pregnancy, blood, poop, and ruined bodies.
Yeah, ruined bodies. Now, I don't know if this girl's a teenager. She's pregnant, and she's in Kentucky. And those are two things no one wants to be.
Boobs.
$12,000 in damages. The mechanics, who looked at the car later, said it was damaged beyond repair. And when a mechanic tells you they can't do anything, boy, you know you're screwed. Because they'll find all kinds of stuff they can do. Oh, yeah, I can fix this. Let's buff that out. 31-year-old Stephanie Carlquist, arrested last week, charged with, my favorite charge, mischief. Criminal mischief. Class D felony under Kentucky law. She faces up to 5 years in prison. This could be a chained heat baby. And a potential fine of $10,000 on 2 different occasions. She tried to stop her ex's car from leaving her home, so she slashed one of the tires. Then they got into an argument again. She poured salt into his engine.
Jesus.
She stuffed glitter into the air conditioning vents. She shattered the windshield, mirrors, and radio console. And today's National Radio Day, Rob.
It's just so inconsiderate.
The ex-boyfriend had the car towed to a Goodyear repair shop where mechanics gave him an estimate around $12,500. The girl admitted to damaging the car. She said she was just, quote, stressed out from her pregnancy.
Okay.
Usually it's postpartum psychosis, not midpartum psychosis. Now, again, I don't know how far along she was. The driver informed the vehicle was co-owned by the ex-boyfriend's mother. But she copped to the whole thing. But she said, all I did was put glitter in the air vents and hurt the windshield.
Hurt.
She said he was overdue for oil and motor and everything else. So she's going, hey, he was not taking good care of his car.
In fact, I did him a favor by totaling it.
Yeah. Yeah. Her father contacted the ex-boyfriend directly and confirmed that his daughter vandalized his car. The dad said he'll make sure that she pays him back for all the damage to the car. So on top of the normal expenses that come with having a kid, now she's got to kick in 5 figures on this dude's car. The dad and the ex-boyfriend talked. This guy's got to be the dad of the baby.
Has to be.
Nobody puts up with this if they're not trying to make it a better situation. The dad said that he was hoping that he and the ex-boyfriend could come to a better solution than her taking a felony charge so nobody gets hurt anymore. She was booked into custody. She copped to the whole thing. How about that? But I guarantee you, living in Kentucky, she's pregnant, drowning her sorrows. She's listening to that goddamn Carrie Underwood song. Or maybe not in real time, but she's heard it a billion times. It's a 20-year-old song.
She has a checklist. Louisville Slugger, both headlights.
Yeah.
Check.
Yeah.
Slashed a hole in all 4 tires.
Yup.
Check.
Check. Carved my name into the side.
I carved it into the trunk lid. Damn it. I got to do this again.
Yeah. Alan, my conspiracy theory is the broadcaster from the 1920s isn't really there either.
Of course he is.
You can shut your mouth.
You're a dirty whore mouth.
Hey, you got what? You dirty whore. I mean, that might be a bridge too far.
No.
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 Okay. I mean, I don't like to tell anybody to shut their whore mouth. I mean, I don't know anything about them.
Shut your mouth.
I don't know anything about them. Alan, her follow-up song is Jesus Take the Wheel. Oh, all right. Some people theorizing that her song was, in fact, a response to that Sean Connery, Barbara Walters interview.
I smacked her mouth.
I cut my... I don't know.
Speaking of dirty
James
whores.
Bond. I was shaken and stirred when I saw what she did to my car.
Speaking of whore mouths, shut yours.
Alan, the male response in the song was, her skull made such a pretty little ashtray. That got dark fast.
Wow, man.
Dark fast.
Whew.
Yeah.
Right to murder.
Yup.
Wow.
A former friend was inspired by that song, vandalized her boyfriend's car. She also threw a drink in a guy's face because she grew up watching Dynasty. Dynasty. Wow. That's a deep dive, boy. Deep dive.
Hey, Alan, hate the show. There's an old wrestling trick. Wrestlers would have a small blade in between their fingers, and they'd just smack the top of their head or their ear or something. Lots of blood, almost no scarring. That's what Trump did. Did you notice how he slapped his ear? That's what happened. I'm telling you, brother.
I still think it's a stretch, man.
Well, they do point out there's no scar on his ear. I think it is a stretch to say that he put a razor blade? I mean, I saw The Wrestler with Mickey Rourke, and yeah, razor blades were kind of part and parcel of that whole thing. I don't recall him slapping his ear, and I think it's probably a stretch, yes, to put a blade between your fingers. But listen, he's no stranger to at least the theatrics of professional wrestling. He's going to have an MMA fight on the south lawn of the White House. Or something, I don't know. But an old wrestling trick, okay. Al, my dad was reading a sale post for a car on a bulletin board at work, and the seller told him that the moonroof is for throwing out chicken wing bones. And so he called it the bone thrower after that. I mean, I get what you're saying. I would like to see the term bone thrower used for something way better than that. You know, my ex-wife was quite a bone thrower. It's what got us into trouble. She carved her name into the side of my truck.
Bone thrower, that's what I used to call your mom.
Yes!
Just decided we'd go ahead and name the sunroof that. It was a euphemism for trying to get laid when you were a kid.
That's why you never heard anything from our bedroom. There was no music because I was too busy throwing bones.
I'm about to go down to Taco Bell and give me a blast.
Still haven't had it.
Really?
I haven't gotten to a Taco Bell.
You got to do it.
I know, I do. There's so many things I have to do.
Maybe tomorrow after you leave the tavern.
Maybe. Oh, yeah, because it's right there.
Right there.
Oh, that's a great idea. So after the show tomorrow night, if you're hoping to get your mitts on some cruise tickets, Rob and I will be just popping into the Parma Tavern. This is not an official thing, but we like the Parma Tavern. So we're like, let's go there, and whoever shows up, we'll have a finite number of tickets, obviously. We'll hand them off. But yeah, that Taco Bell's right next door. Oh, that's a good idea. So no, I did not get my Baja. I didn't get my my Baja Blast yet. Although I did impulse buy some Baja. What's the pineapple one? Baja Burst. I impulse bought some of that on Amazon.
Pineapple's Baja Bust.
It's Baja Burst. And this was the one that I think they were selling only at like Dollar General or something for a while. And it showed up at on Amazon, suggested. And I was like, yes, I will do it. I like it. I think it's a great idea. Yes, I will do that. I think that's what it's called. But I still need to try the new stuff. Baja Flash? No, it can't be that. I don't know what it is. I want to get out of here. Can we get out of here? Just please go. Please. Can I please end this?
Mercy.
Put myself and you and everyone else out of their misery for the day. I guess Chris Maloney was at Brown's practice. You know who Chris Maloney is? From Wet Hot American Summer?
Yeah.
And Law and Order? Or as they say up in your neck of the woods, Law and Order.
Law and Order.
Yeah, I'm just sitting around watching Law and Order. Yeah, Chris Maloney was out at Brown's practice.
Why?
I think he's studying for a role or something. He's going to play a football coach. They say he was likely doing research for his next role as an NFL coach in Hulu's upcoming untitled football drama. That guy is in good shape, boy. Chris Maloney, guy's like 60. Although whoever wrote it up for Cleveland.com should be at least spanked. They wrote, the Law and Order organized crime star wasn't here to solve a case.
Oh, gosh.
Please turn over your laptop and excuse yourself from the industry. Thank you so much. Maybe it's AI. What the hell do I know? But Chris Maloney, hey, welcome to Northeast Ohio. And say hi to Mariska Hargitay. Next time you see her. We got to go. Want to? Yes. Have to? Yes. So thanks for hanging out, and we'll talk again tomorrow. I'll have 2 more tickets, 1 pair left to give away on the show for the cruise, and then we'll pop into the Parma Tavern after the show, and then we'll be out on Friday. And then we will be on the water with you on Saturday. Where can people hit you in the interim, Rob?
WMMS Rob on Instagram.
Okay, I'm Alan Cox Show on your pertinent social media platforms. This show in its entirety, you can get it wherever you get your podcasts. If you listen on the iHeartRadio app, you can drop little talkback messages there. Otherwise, voicemails on our After Hours line. You can leave those anytime you like. That's 216-986-8838. 8903. If you want to make sure you join us for the cruise, you can just as easily buy tickets. Go to WMMS.com. $20 a pop. It's all brought to you by Circle K. Guardians baseball is wrapping up. I think they're going into extra innings, maybe, is what someone said, after the Diamondbacks tied it up. Yeah, middle of the 10th. Tied it 2. Well, listen, when you're at a ball game in Phoenix, you want to be outside there as long as you possibly can. That's the fun part. So what, the Corey Roddick experience is next?
All night.
Oh, man, you're in good shape. Okay, thanks, guys, for hanging out. We'll talk to you again tomorrow.
Just before we go, I'm going to go to the bathroom for a bit. Not to cry about you leaving, but just to take a huge dump. So if you hear any crying from the bathroom, not about you. It's the dump.
Be careful of what you say. Be careful in every way. Be careful of what you do.